Any news, sir, from Moresby?"
"The reconvened inquest agreed with Inspector Faraday. Kingston will be tried for murder."
Rutledge wondered if he'd been sent to Stoke Yarlington in order to distract him from Moresby and the verdict of the inquest. It was the kind of thing Bowles would think of. He himself hadn't been asked to give evidence. "I still disagree with Inspector Faraday," he said briefly. "I could find no connection between Kingston and the dead man, Benjamin Clayton."
"Kingston was looking for what he could steal. He got caught and tried to make Clayton's death appear to be suicide. And you won't be meddling in that decision."
It was a warning. Rutledge ignored it. "With respect, sir, I suggest you ask Inspector Faraday where Kingston found the rope he used to hang Clayton." Bowles stared at him tight-lipped. Then he said with barely concealed contempt,
"It's a harbour town, a port. There must be ropes to be had anywhere along the water."
"I agree, sir. But if Kingston only intended to rob Clayton and then found himself forced to stage a suicide, where did he find the rope? Did he go rummaging in a shed behind the house, risking awakening the neighbours? It's worth pursuing."
"It's no longer your inquiry."
Rutledge left, walking back to his own office and standing for a time looking out the window. He could feel the summer heat through the glass and set his hand on it for a moment. He would be called on to testify in Moresby when the trial began. That was a certainty. And he would do what he could then to present his case to the jury. Until that time, he would have to put it out of his mind.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
But he would ask Gibson to keep him informed. In the event Faraday persuaded the court that Rutledge's evidence wasn't needed. He turned and sat down, trying to concentrate on the murder in Kent. The chief constable had sent copies of interviews taken down immediately after the body was discovered. They were vivid, the shock still echoing through every word, especially in the statement by the housekeeper. He could almost imagine what had happened. One Jerome Hadley walked out to his hop gardens after his dinner on Tuesday evening to inspect the crop. Hops were a vine, a preservative for beer, and at an early stage, as they emerged from winter dormancy, they were trained to run up strings attached to tall frames, fields of them, in spite of the fact that in Kent they were called gardens. In the spring, poorer families came down from places like London to put up the frames and help string the vines. The trellis frames came from coppices of young sweet chestnuts that grew straight and tall and weathered well. Even the children did their bit, and the fresh air and good food were a welcome change for them. Many of them returned in the autumn to harvest the crop and remove the frames. In winter, the gardens were flat and nondescript, but in summer they could look like living sails that had lost their way inland. Rutledge had seen them often on his visits to Melinda Crawford. There was a glorious sunset that evening. According to Tom, the footman, who had stood in the stable yard for a quarter of an hour watching it. It was thought that Hadley had also stayed out by the fields as the sky faded to apricot and rose, before turning to gold and lavender. For it was late when Hadley had finally walked home by way of the oast houses, where eventually the hops would be dried. One of the tenant farmers had seen him there, or so he believed. The staff had either gone to bed or returned to their homes in the village of Aylesbridge, and so Hadley must have let himself quietly into the house without disturbing them. According to the housekeeper, his wife was in Canterbury visiting friends, but she was expected to return the next evening. Inspector Watson had verified this information. The next morning, Hadley was found in the room he called his library, lying by the long windows which stood open, and he was already beginning to stiffen with rigour. The maid, Peggy Good, who had come in to open the curtains and look for empty glasses on the drinks tray, raised the house with her screams. That brought the cook and the housekeeper and the one footman, Tom, running from the kitchen where breakfast was underway. The footman took one of the horses and set out for Aylesbridge for Dr. Wiley. By the time they returned, the maid had been settled in the kitchen with a cup of tea laced with a little whisky. The library door had been shut, and the kettle was still on the hob, ready for the doctor if he cared for a cup. Mrs. Tolliver, the housekeeper, had been particularly upset, and according to her statement, she had said to the staff, "I can't think what I'm to tell Mrs. Hadley. If she'd been here, she might have noticed the spell he took and sent for the doctor sooner. She won't forgive herself. But how could she have even known, sudden as it was?" Mrs. Bowers, the cook, had asked just as the doorbell rang. The housekeeper went herself to answer it, admitting the doctor and sending the footman round to the stable yard with the horses. Coming in briskly, the doctor said, "Good morning, Mrs. Tolliver. Where is he?" "He's still in the library, sir. There was no use to move him. We knew, you see." She led the way down the passage and unlocked the door. Wiley had taken up the story at this point. "Wait here, please." He'd walked carefully into the room and went to stand beside the body before dropping to his haunches and reaching out to feel for a pulse. But Mrs. Tolliver was right. Hadley had been dead for some hours. "When did you last see him yesterday? Do you remember?" he asked from where he was squatting. "He hasn't changed for bed." "He went out to the hop gardens after dinner. I left a little lemonade for him in case he was warm after his walk, but he never touched it." Wiley stood. "He drank something." He pointed to the glass on the desk. It was empty, but there was a rind of milk around the top. "He must have gone down to the kitchen for it himself," she said, frowning, trying hard not to look directly at her employer's body. "The only thing is, he never cared for milk. I don't remember ever seeing him drink a glass." "Well, he managed to down one last evening." He lifted the glass and smelled it, then with a finger wiped up some of the residue in the glass. "It's already turned in this heat," he said with a grimace. "But I'd swear there was laudanum in it as well." He lifted the glass and looked at it. "It's of a size, depending on how much laudanum was in the milk, that it could have killed him. But I've never prescribed that for either of the Hadleys. Where did it come from?" The question wasn't meant for Mrs. Tolliver, but she answered it anyway. "One of the maids had a little, when she broke her leg. Peggy." "The one who found him?" Yes, but that was in the spring, and it was just enough to take the worst of the pain away at the start. I can't imagine there will be any left, certainly not enough to kill anyone." He put the glass down precisely where he'd seen it sitting on the desk. "I'll stay here with the body. Send that footman back into Aylesbury for Constable Roderick. And give me the key while you're about it so that I can lock the door. Were the long windows open when you first came in this morning?" "They were. All I could think was, it got stuffy in here with the heat and he opened them for a little air. He did sometimes. Mr. Hadley was never one to be shut up into a room." She was taking the key out of her pocket as she spoke, but before she could cross the room to pass it to the doctor, he hurried to meet her at the door. And then her statement followed the main thread of the story, and she wrote that as she'd stepped into the passage, she realized that she had pictured poor Mr. Hadley dying alone, unable to make anyone hear his cries for help. But the doctor had given her the impression that this was not the tragic death of a healthy man in his prime, falling ill while he was alone, and it had come as a terrible shock to her. A police matter. In this house? She had refused even to think the words to herself, and instead had dispatched Tom post-haste for Constable Roderick. She had told the rest of the staff that he'd been called because someone had to reach Mrs. Hadley in Canterbury. It was more than half an hour before Constable Roderick arrived, and Tom hurried down to the kitchen, demanding to know what had been happening. He admitted he'd fired question after question at the village policeman, only to meet with a solid wall of silence from the older man. But Mrs. Tolliver had shaken her head and refused to say any more. There was the statement from Peggy, who had found the body, but she had been so shocked at seeing her employer lying there, his eyes staring blankly at her, that she'd noticed nothing else. She added that he was never down at that hour of the morning, and she hadn't even bothered to knock at the door before entering. Inspector Watson from the town of Maidstone had decided to ask for help directly, and in his message, attached to the interviews, he commented that so many of the hop-pickers who came with any regularity lived in London, and if the inquiry was expanded to include any of them, it would be a mare's nest for Kent to try to track them all down. He'd added, to be fair, "Neither Constable Roderick nor I is aware of any problems existing between the hop-pickers and Mr. Hadley, nor have I uncovered any after speaking to the 3 tenant farmers. Good people, one had called them. No trouble at all. 1 or 2 of the men had gotten themselves drunk of a Saturday night, but had caused no trouble to anyone but themselves the next morning." As he finished the file, Rutledge realized that he had calmed down a little, but the determination to give evidence in Moresby when the time came remained just as strong. He took out his watch and looked at it. If he hurried, he could reach Kent by nightfall with an early start the next morning in Aylesbridge. And because he would be away from the yard for the next few days, he stopped by Gibson's office and left the names of Constable Roderick and Inspector Watson with the sergeant, in the event he needed to be reached in a hurry. Bowles might not tell him when Kingston's trial began, but he rather thought Gibson would, if only to spite Bowles. As he picked up a newspaper from the boy who seemed to haunt the yard, hawking the papers in a voice that sometimes cracked, dropping precipitously from soprano to baritone, the heavy black headlines from Europe leaped out at him. Whitehall was expressing growing concerns that Germany might use the tiny kingdom of the Belgians as a route into northern France, as opposed to the heavily contested eastern border where the 2 countries were separated by the Rhine. The fear was Belgium and the broad flat fields of Flanders offered a back door into Paris, as well as control of the Channel coast. Once more he left notes for Jean and for Francis. Then he drove to the house where Melinda Crawford lived. It was no more than 40 minutes' distance from Aylesbridge, but late as it was, Rutledge had his doubts about finding a place in the village that could accommodate him for the night. And he had no desire to be left alone with his own thoughts about Bowles and Moresby. Melinda fussed over him, seeing that he was well fed even though he hadn't arrived in time to share her dinner, and, what's more, had arrived without any warning. "Never mind the whys," she said, cutting his apology short. "I've been trying to think how I was to amuse myself this evening, and here you are, breaking the monotony very nicely. Now tell me the news of Francis, and how Miss Gordon's wedding preparations are going." She sat beside him at the long table, their voices echoing in the large rectangular dining room, with 2 ornate and working fireplaces opposite long windows leading out to a wide terrace beyond. Rutledge told her about Francis. "I've seen very little of her of late, and I was meaning to speak to you about that. She needs a chaperone, someone who can be certain she's all right when I'm not there. At least until Christmas, when I bring Jean home. You may not realize it, but Frances can look after herself. Still, I'll find a suitable woman to come and stay for appearance's sake. Will that do?" It will, yes. And perhaps you can convince my sister to accept her. Oh, that won't be a problem, Melinda replied and smiled. He told her about the wedding plans, and that he'd asked Jean to invite Frances to be one of the wedding party. And so she should. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. Leave it to Mrs. Gordon. She'll be sure that everything is done properly. What does Miss Gordon's father have to say about this business in Europe? Very little, but I think he's more worried than he wants anyone to know. Colonel Crawford tells me not to worry, but I think he wishes to spare me. He's officially retired, but he knows everyone in the War Office. Richard Crawford, Melinda's cousin, had retired from his regiment, the same one Melinda's late husband had served with, but still had many contacts where it mattered. He was young enough to be called up again if there was war. The Major had also retired from active duty, but Rutledge said nothing about that. It was early the next morning when he drove into Aylesbridge and found Constable Roderick already in the police station. The door was standing wide to let in as much of the morning's cool air as possible, and as Rutledge pulled up in front, Roderick stepped out to run an admiring eye over the motor car. He whistled under his breath. "She's a beauty, all right," he said. "What I wouldn't give to have one like her." Rutledge got down and introduced himself. He greeted Rutledge man to man, without deference to his position at the yard, one professional to another. Rutledge was reminded of Sergeant Gibson. Nearing 40 years old, Roderick sounded much like his own statement, solid, not easily misled, and a good judge of character. "It was a tragedy, that death. Made no sense. A thoroughly nice gentleman who kept the hop farm prosperous after his father-in-law died. Even though they seldom saw eye to eye, the land mattered, and I think Mr. Graves knew that at bottom." The farm came to Hadley through his wife? "Yes. I've known her, girl and woman, and there's no one kinder. She keeps an eye on the families who come for the hop picking and takes care that the children are fed and healthy. She summoned the doctor for more than one, and paid his bill too. Even if one of them took against her husband, the rest would see to it that he kept it to himself. I don't see them hurting her." There were women in every village who knew how to look after those in need, to volunteer for handing out school prizes or garden day awards, and who did it with a graciousness that set everyone, even the losers, at their ease. And she was in Canterbury, visiting friends. She was. Dr. Wiley went there to give her the news himself, since there was no way to reach her. He said he was glad she was with friends. It was the friends who brought her back here. Surely someone has a suspicion about who did this? In as small a village as Aylesbridge? People gossip. There's none that I've heard. Mostly shock and disbelief. Mr. Hadley was no easy mark, mind you. He knew his business, and he ran it with an eye to profit. But he wasn't one to take advantage of people just because it lined his pocket. A man with no enemies. He'd heard that often enough. Indeed, as recently as Stoke-Yarlington and Moresby. Sometimes it was true, and sometimes it was not. It was easy to sift through a list of ill wishers and find a killer. It was the victims who seemed to have lived an exemplary life who were hard to fathom. Sometimes there were secrets, hidden depths that no one saw behind the surface kindness and generosity. But it could be there, nevertheless, and the police had to dig for it, often hurting the innocent along the way. Even the truly good man could rouse jealousy, fear, and intense hatred. And even a good man might kill himself and leave no note behind to satisfy his sister's questions. Or be sitting in his own chair half asleep when an intruder came to his door. This time of year the hop pickers have gone back to London. Yes? And so there is only the regular farm staff on the property. Have any of them seen anything out of the ordinary? Someone hanging about in the vicinity of the Hadley farm, or asking unusual questions about the owner or his family? Even directions to the house?
We spoke to everyone. Surely you've read the interviews. I saw to it that the inspector had extra copies.
A lot of work to have them copied either by hand or by typewriter. Most small police stations didn't run to a typist. But it was clear Constable Roderick took his work seriously. Roderick quickly added,
My wife has a fine hand, sir, and I often ask her to do the copying for me. She's discreet as well.
As the wives of vicars and policemen often had to be, living in two worlds at the same time. His own mother, Rutledge remembered, had talked over cases with his father because she could often bring an objective eye to the subject. And yet she lightly professed to have no knowledge of her husband's clients, adding that she had no head for law. As she was a pianist of some note, she was believed. Yes, I've read them. Thank you. It was good work. They discussed the murder for several minutes more, and then Rutledge rose. I think I'd like to speak to Mrs. Tolliver first, the housekeeper. She appears to have her wits about her. Roderick said,
I'll be happy to take you up to the house, sir. But you might consider talking to her on your own. She might say more to someone from London. It's worth a try.
Thank you, Constable. I'll take your advice. And so he left the police station, directions in hand, and found his way to the Hadley farm. Driving to the house, he could see the lines of greenery, like lacy curtains, blowing in the light wind, and he was reminded of the frame his grandmother insisted on using for her lace curtains after they'd been washed, to keep their shape. He'd been intrigued to learn that it was the female blossoms of the hop plants that were harvested and then dried in the oast houses, which, in his opinion, looked rather like truncated brick windmills. One could see them across the Kentish landscape with their small white turrets that moved to keep the drying process going. The number of oast houses usually indicated the size of the hop gardens any given farm owned. The Hadley farm boasted 3. He could see tenant cottages beyond them, like a miniature hamlet. And then the drive split, the left turning leading up to the house. It was a lovely old farmhouse that could even be called a small manor, brick with stone facings and newer wings to either side of the centre block. They matched very well, but he could see slight variations in the brick that indicated they had been added at different times. He left the motorcar by the door where the drive swept in a wide circle that, in its day, would have accommodated carriages and coaches. Walking up the shallow steps, he lifted the knocker. A maid came to the door and asked his business. He didn't want the staff gossiping until he was ready, and so he gave his name but not his rank and asked to speak to Mrs. Tolliver. He was invited to step in and shown to the stairs that lead down to the nether regions of the house. As there wasn't a large family in residence, the kitchens weren't bustling, but he saw several faces peering out at him as he followed the maid into the small sitting room that served the housekeeper. Mrs. Tolliver was sitting at an old-fashioned upright desk, working on accounts. A slim woman with greying hair and a kind face, she looked up, frowned, and turned her attention to the maid.
Mr. Rutledge, Mrs. Tolliver, to speak to you.
She rose, frowning, and said, "Thank you, Peggy. That would be all." When the door had closed behind the girl, she offered Rutledge a chair and said quietly, "Constable Roderick mentioned that someone might be coming down from London. Scotland Yard?" "Yes." As he took the chair she offered him, he asked, "Is that the young woman who found the body?" "It would be a kindness if you don't have to speak to her. I doubt she could tell you very much even if you did. I don't think I've ever seen anyone more frightened. I don't believe she sleeps well even now." She had entered the room going about her usual morning duties. "Yes, that's right. This time of year we needn't lay the fires for use, but we open the curtains, fluff cushions, set a room to rights before the downstairs maid begins to dust it. If the weather is fair, we might open the windows to catch what breeze there is. It's been quite hot for the most part, and airing a room as early as we can is important." "And what did you see when you walked in?" "I saw Peggy first, of course, and went directly to her to ask what was wrong. It was then I saw Mr. Hadley, and the long window standing wide as if he'd just come in from the terrace." "And you hadn't seen him since early evening of the day before?" "That's true. As he was finishing his dinner, he said that as it was such a fine evening, he thought he might take a turn down to the hop gardens. As a rule, he took the dog with him, but she died of old age at the end of May, and he hadn't got around to replacing her. He was quite fond of her, and he said not just any dog would do." She paused and looked across the room where a small framed tin type of the house with only one wing added on held pride of place. "I did wonder if he'd had a dog, if that wouldn't have made a difference somehow." "Did you touch him?" "No, there was no need. I've seen the dead before this." It was said with a sadness that told them that she spoke from a sense of great loss still. "Tell me about the glass." "It was odd. I never noticed it. Not even while I was waiting for Dr. Wiley. I was trying not to think, to tell the truth. And yet my mind was running on. That he hadn't gone to bed, that the windows were standing wide, that Mrs. Hadley hadn't been here to help him or comfort him. What I was to do about Peggy. I'd left her in the hands of Mrs. Bowers, the cook, and I could hear her still having the hysterics. For that matter, we were all in a terrible state, I can tell you." He could hear the words of her statement in her voice as she spoke. "Dr. Wiley saw the glass?" "He said the milk had turned. But I've never known Mr. Hadley to drink milk. He must have walked down to the kitchen rather than wake one of us. He was thoughtful in that way. Perhaps he didn't find anything else to his liking, or perhaps he thought it might settle his stomach, although I don't recall his dinner being troublesome in that way. No spring onions or the like. I wish now he had asked me to bring it. I'd have known, you see, if something was wrong. Dr. Wiley says it wasn't his heart, but I still wonder. They do say that a sense of being gassy can be the first signs of a heart attack. Pressure in the chest." "But Dr. Wiley thought there was laudanum in the glass." "Yes, he tasted it. That's when he told me the milk had turned. Well, it was that hot in the night, it very likely had." "Did Mr. Hadley's body give you any reason to believe that he'd struggled with anyone, or that he'd been forced to drink the milk?" She stared at Rutledge. "By whom?" "That's just it. I don't know." "Nothing was amiss in the library. Even the glass was set tidily on the blotter, the sort of thing he'd be likely to do. But Dr. Wiley couldn't explain where the laudanum came from in such a quantity to kill Mr. Hadley. No enemies, no signs of breaking in, no struggle. And that glass of milk laced with laudanum. These appeared to link 3 deaths. But why? How could they have been tied to a murder in Moresby, in Stoke-Yarlington, and now here in Aylesbridge? The connection had been slowly dawning on him, but the hanging in Moresby had confused the issue. Was that what it had been intended to do? Or had the killer been afraid that the laudanum hadn't done its work? Rutledge felt a surge of excitement and a fervent wish for access to a telephone. He needed to put in a call to Sergeant Gibson to find out if there were any other cases similar to this. Cases handled by other inspectors at the yard, cases he hadn't heard about. Something that might just indicate a pattern. But it would have to wait. He must finish this interview and keep his mind on what he had come to do. He said, "Do you think Mrs. Hadley is up to seeing me? I should like to ask her a few questions."
"She wasn't here," Mrs. Tolliver began, and then went on. "Of course you'd want to know if anyone had a reason to kill him. For my own part, I'd have said no. That he was the last person to be murdered. I could name a name or two in the village, people who were always causing others hurt or bullying them who might be more likely, but everyone seemed to like Mr. Hadley. He was that sort of man."
Like Tattersall. Like Clayton. She rose, leading him up the steps he'd just come down and putting him in a small drawing room, rarely used except for guests. Unable to sit still, he paced the floor, oblivious to the pale cream walls and the heavy Turkish carpet under his feet. If Tattersall hadn't killed himself, if Clayton hadn't been hanged, take out the distractions and look only at the similarities. And these three cases fit together. 3 men killed not at random, but as part of a whole. But what whole? He didn't have all the pieces. Not yet. By the time Mrs. Hadley came into the room nearly a quarter of an hour later, it was all Rutledge could do to conceal his excitement. He began by offering her his sympathy. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and she looked as if she might have been resting. He felt a sudden distaste for having to disturb her. A pretty woman with red gold hair and blue eyes, of medium height and build, she had walked across the room with steady determination, as if to make certain she didn't show any sign of weakness. And yet it was there, the shock of a loss so great that she hadn't managed to absorb it yet. "I must apologize for asking to speak to you today, but for the fact that the sooner we begin our inquiries, the better chance we have to find the person behind your husband's death," she said with a steeliness that surprised him. "It's the one thing in this world I want just now, other than to bring my husband back to me." "You weren't here, of course, but you knew your husband better perhaps than anyone else. I'd like to know if there was anything on his mind, anything in the present that worried him, or in his past that might have come back to find him." "No. He was such a good man. Yes, I know, every new widow says that and means it at the time. But even saints are human. Jerry looked for the best in everyone and expected to find it. And so sometimes he did, even when everyone else thought he must be mad even to try." She caught her lower lip in her teeth as if to stave off tears that were far too close to the surface. After a moment, she added, "I don't see what anyone had to gain from his death. And sometimes that's the only reason for murder, isn't it?" "I'm afraid so." "I'm his only heir. And as this farm was my father's, that's how it should be. We don't owe large sums of money. We haven't ill-treated our people here, either the household staff or the temporary workers from London. In fact, Jerry is rather generous in paying them, with the forward-looking idea that happy people seem to work all the harder. I'm told by Mrs. Tolliver that nothing appears to be broken or stolen. My husband had small treasures in his room and his study, but nothing of such great value that he might have become a target for thieves. We entertain friends from time to time. We've had a few small house parties, but they were always great fun, without any incident to mar them. No one has stormed out in anger. It was unexpectedly comprehensive. He thought she'd already gone over and over these possibilities, trying to make sense of the senseless. But he had to ask another question that would surely hurt her. Was there anyone else in his life? A woman? She smiled sadly. If there were, I'd die of the shock. Ours was a love match. I'd have given my life for Jerry, and he for me. I'm told you didn't live here in this house just after your marriage. My father wouldn't have been satisfied with the Prince of Wales, much less Jerry, and as a consequence we visited infrequently. And yet Papa left him this estate when he might have tied it up for me alone. I've always believed it was because he'd come to know that Jerry would be a good husband in every sense. To me, to the land, to the people we employ. Where did you live before coming here? Bristol, of all places. She smiled again at his look of surprise. Jerry was the heir of his uncle Thaddeus, and so we lived in a townhouse there. Quite a lovely old one. We'd met in London when I came out, and I knew straight away that it was Jerry I wanted to spend my life with. When my father died, we turned the Bristol house over to my husband's cousin and his family. They were looking for a larger home, and so it was suitable for them. Bristol. Even in Moresby, even here in Kent, the road led back to Bristol. Why Bristol? He asked if she or her husband had by any chance known the Clayton family, or the Tattersall brother and sister. But she shook her head. Should we have known them? Were they connections of my husband's? If so, I don't believe he ever spoke of them or introduced me to them. And he believed her. She considered his question from another perspective. Are you saying that someone among these families, the Claytons or the Tattersalls, wanted to harm my husband? That this might be why he was so willing to move to Kent when I asked him to take over the farm? I don't have any reason to think so. No, he replied. They were involved in other cases concerning Bristol. It's a matter of thoroughness, that's all. He kept his voice level, his expression neutral, but it took all his willpower to conceal what was going through his mind. Bowles would call it another of his leaps of the imagination, not founded on fact or backed up with evidence. But here were 3 cases revolving around this singular business of Bristol and a glass of milk. Surely there had to be something connecting them. A killer. Why had he singled out 3 such different men? Annie Clayton had left her father in the house, but only for a night. Miss Tattersall had been asleep upstairs, as the staff had been here. How had a killer found his victims so alone? He tried to concentrate, to finish his interview, but his mind was jumping from one possibility to another. If these murders were connected, Kingston, sitting in a jail in Moresby, couldn't have committed the last 2. But did that clear him in the first death? Was one man at the bottom of this? Or was it a conspiracy? He said, I've kept you longer than I should. Perhaps we could finish talking tomorrow. Gratitude flooded her eyes. Yes, if you wouldn't mind. Unless, of course, what I could remember would speed your investigation. I think we have enough to be going on with. Then would you mind ringing the bell there by the hearth? Mrs. Tolliver can show you out, and afterward help me back up the stairs. She was pale, and Rutledge wondered if she had eaten or slept since she had been given the news. He did as she had asked, waiting for Mrs. Tolliver to appear. When she stepped into the room, Rutledge said quietly. "I can find my own way out. I think your mistress needs you." He turned to go, but Mrs. Hadley said in a stronger voice, "If you find out who did this to my husband, or why, will you come at once and tell me? I need to know." Rutledge promised, nodded to her and to Mrs. Tolliver, and left. Through the still-open door, he heard Mrs. Tolliver say, "I was afraid it was too much for you. Let me help you back up the stairs." And Mrs. Hadley answered, "Too much for me? When Jerry is lying God knows where, dead? I would do anything to find his killer." He found himself wondering if she had meant him to hear. Rutledge finally ran Dr. Wiley to earth. He was not in his surgery, but his nurse explained that there had been an accident out at one of the farms. Following her directions, Rutledge reached Sunrise Farm, only to learn that the doctor had dealt with the mangled foot and was now on his way to look in on a newborn at Foxhole Farm. Rutledge just turned into the muddy farm lane when he saw the doctor's carriage with its smartly stepping black mare in the harness coming toward him. Waiting for him, Rutledge looked out across more hop fields, and beyond them to orchards already heavy with late summer fruit. Wiley was younger than he'd expected, perhaps 35, tall and slender with a shock of unruly black hair and intelligent blue eyes. "Am I needed?" he called when he was close enough to be heard. Rutledge introduced himself and said, "I wanted to ask you a few questions about Jerome Hadley's death." "It's better for you to join me here than for me to get down. Nellie isn't accustomed to motor cars." And so Rutledge climbed up beside him in the small carriage. "What made you suspect it was murder even before you'd done a cursory examination of Hadley's body?" "I knew he had a sound heart, and although that's never a guarantee of a long life, I couldn't believe it was that. When I saw the glass of milk on the blotter, Mrs. Tolliver told me that he never drank milk. Some people can't, you know. It upsets their digestive system. And then I smelled the milk. A doctor uses his nose as often as he uses his eyes, and despite the sourness, I thought there was something else in the glass. I tasted it, and I realized at once that it must be laudanum. Where had it come from, and why was Hadley taking it? This was altogether too suspicious for me to say nothing. I told the constable what I suspected. He was worried about contacting Mrs. Hadley in Canterbury, but I must admit, I was curious enough that I volunteered to go there myself. Did you suspect her? Not really, no. But I was concerned about the laudanum, and I wanted to ask her if she used it. I'd never prescribed it for her. There was no need, she's a healthy young woman, but women sometimes use it in small amounts to help them sleep, and she might have got it in Canterbury. Women used to take arsenic, you know, to give them that ethereally pale complexion so desirable at one time. In such small amounts it's not deadly, but there could be an accumulative effect if users aren't careful. As a matter of fact, I had prescribed laudanum for the maid, Peggy. But it was a dilute solution and a small vial because she was so young. In the night she might not count her drops properly, or follow my instructions to call the housekeeper to help her. That's trouble waiting to happen. Or perhaps she decides to rid herself of another maid who has made her life wretched. Young, impetuous, thoughtless. You have an extraordinary interest in murder for a healer. Not murder. I've been a doctor long enough that nothing surprises me. Human nature being what it is. Medical training shows you the best and the worst of life. You don't deal with only the nice people. There are drug addicts and botched backstreet abortions and abuses that turn your stomach.
and attempted murder that winds up on a table in front of us, and we have a matter of minutes to determine what we can do to save the poor victim. I've run across more than my share of laudanum cases. Best way to rid yourself of that elderly aunt sitting on all that money, or a clinging wife who has long since become a burden, even an unwanted child. The list goes on. How could someone kill a man with laudanum without leaving any other trace of his presence in a house, as in Hadley's case, if it wasn't someone who lived there? I've pondered that myself. No robbery, no rummaging through the house looking for private papers, no attempt to torture Hadley into giving him whatever it was he wanted. And yet, someone went down to the kitchen for that glass of milk, and someone had the laudanum to put into it. I did the post, you know. That's what killed him. Yes, I thought as much. Although it was essential to have that confirmed. Any possibility of an affair? Either partner might have reached a point where he or she wished to be free without the scandal of divorce. Wiley shook his head. They were close, the Hadleys, and very happy. No children? Sadly, no. My wife tells me that's why Mrs. Hadley does so much for the hop pickers in their families. Any idea how the will stands? I was one of the witnesses. There's a Hadley cousin in Bristol, I think, but the property was Mrs. Hadley's to begin with, and Jerome didn't wish to leave it elsewhere. The cousin would have been an absentee landlord, and besides, apparently he's doing too well in the shipping business to think of taking on a farm of this size. Are you sure of that? Jerome spoke to him before drawing up the will. He wholeheartedly agreed. Then what happens to the farm? It goes to Mrs. Hadley, of course. And if she dies, it will be sold and the proceeds donated to various charities. So the property isn't at issue. Anything else that might be? I was talking to my wife about that last night. Mrs. Hadley had inherited some rather nice pieces of jewellery, and her husband had given her other bits and bobs. They were all there. She looked when she got home. That rules out theft. Unless, of course, the intruder, whoever he was, had no idea they existed. Apparently he never even looked. The bedroom hadn't been touched, any more than the library had. Not so much as a drawer opened. Interesting, Rutledge said. I've had two other cases closely resembling this one, each of them separated from the other by quite some distance. Wells in Somerset and Moresby in Yorkshire. And yet, threads of both of them led back to Bristol. A shopkeeper, a man with a trust that enabled him to live a life of leisure, and now a farmer. Were they the same age? Had they been to the same school? The man with the trust was the eldest. The shopkeeper was some 20 years younger, and Hadley must have been 10 to 15 years younger still. And they're not related? Distant cousins, or even through marriage? No relationship at all. Not that we've turned up. Wiley shook his head. I can't think what it might be that they shared. Hadley was to all intents and purposes a gentleman farmer, but he worked as hard as any man I know. Anything else that you think might be useful? What about all those workers out from London? If this had happened when they were here working, I'd say you must interview the lot. But they weren't. Still, it's possible that one of them held a grudge, it simmered, and we've seen the aftermath of it. But that wouldn't explain the shopkeeper and the man of leisure. No. I doubt a farm labourer down from London would have any knowledge of the other two. Wiley shrugged. I know this village. There's not a soul in it who would harm one of the Hadleys. And I can't picture Jerome taking advantage of his wife's absence in Canterbury to kill himself. I'd seen him just this past week, and he was cheerful, looking forward to her return and even thinking about driving down to spend a day or two in Canterbury, then bring her home. Hardly the attitude of a man depressed enough to kill himself. Unless he'd had bad news about the farm and felt he'd failed as its steward. Not Hadley. He'd have faced it squarely and dealt with it.
Rutledge thanked the doctor, got down and drove back to the Hadley farm. He asked permission to look through Hadley's desk in the small room where he kept the farm accounts. The local police had been there before him, but he spent 3 hours searching for anything that might explain Hadley's death. The accounts were in order, the farm was prospering, and the death duties for Mrs. Hadley's father had been paid off long ago. Nothing to indicate that a man had felt it better to take his own life than to have to face his wife with dire news. He thanked Mrs. Tolliver, left the farm, and instead of going to Maidstone to speak to Inspector Watson, he drove instead back to Melinda Crawford's house. She had paid to have a telephone installed as soon as it was possible to do so, and from there he could call London. Chapter 10. Rutledge had tea on the terrace with his hostess and then asked for the use of her telephone. She grinned at him. "Is that why you came back? Why didn't you say so straight away instead of fidgeting for half an hour?" "I didn't fidget," he answered her. "Not literally, perhaps, but figuratively, definitely." "Go on, call Jean if you like." "Not Jean, the Yard. There's something I need to know before I can go any further with this present inquiry." "By all means." "And then come back and satisfy an old woman's curiosity." He kissed her on the forehead as he passed her chair on the way to the telephone closet just off the main hall. He was in luck. Sergeant Gibson was still at the Yard.
"Having any success there in Kent, sir?"
the sergeant inquired when he was summoned to the telephone. "I need information, Sergeant, and it's rather urgent." He went on to explain what it was he was after. Had any of the other inspectors on duty at the Yard recently handled a case where the outcome was uncertain, but the weapon of choice was laudanum in glasses of milk that the victim drank without a struggle?
"As to that, sir, I don't know."
"Look into it for me, will you? It's important enough that I'll wait by the telephone to hear from you." He passed on Melinda's number, thanked Gibson, and hung up. As he walked back out onto the terrace, Melinda turned to study his face. "Your telephone call? It had a satisfactory conclusion? It must have done, for here you are, back again this quickly." She alone of all his family and friends had that uncanny way of seeing through him. Not that he had much to hide from her, but she seemed to read his moods and his distractions with ease, and sometimes it was trying to be so transparent. He said, "I was looking into this case in Aylesbridge." He proceeded to tell her about Hadley's death. She was surprised. "But I know him, Ian. Not well, of course, but he and his lovely wife were often at county functions I bothered to attend." Melinda had created quite a stir when she had bought this house and staffed it with Indian servants she'd brought back from Delhi with her. Her Sikh chauffeur drove with skill and speed, frightening horses and small children. Her personal maid, a Hindu with what appeared to be an endless assortment of saris, had a reputation for being a shrewd businesswoman, making certain her mistress was never cheated by purveyors of goods to the household. Shanta also treated Rutledge as a favoured member of the family, indulging him when his parents weren't looking. He knew Melinda turned a blind eye, and so he'd enjoyed his popularity in the kitchen as well as the stables. Melinda Crawford was nothing if not clever. She listened to his account of the inquiry in Moresby and again in Stoke Yarlington, then nodded as he finished and sat back. She rang for more tea, then said, "This killer has a scheme, I should think. He is not acting randomly. He selected his victims with care, always coming upon them when they're alone. He studied them and knows when it's safe to approach them. The question remains, what is that scheme?
I don't know yet. Rutledge got up to pace. So far these have all been men.
Yes, that's true. Which points to business affairs, I should think, rather than personal matters. Only they've never shared a business relationship that you know of. The only link I can find, then, aside from the laudanum, is Bristol and its environs.
They were all reasonably successful men. Even Clayton had sold his shop for a goodly sum. It's possible each of them refused to help someone desperately in need of money, and he's taking his revenge. But why wait so long? Was this man in prison? Out of the country? Ill? Shut up in an institution?
A good question. The army, perhaps? Posted in the Empire somewhere and unable to return to England?
Melinda shrugged elegantly.
My dear boy, it could be any of these things. A veritable needle in a haystack. How do you propose to find that needle?
I don't know yet. Much will depend on what Sergeant Gibson has to tell me. Surely if this killer has had other victims, he must have made a mistake. Left a clue or in some way tipped his hand.
We can only hope he has.
But it was late when Sergeant Gibson returned Rutledge's call. Well after 10. They had just finished their Madeira and set their empty glasses on the drinks tray. Melinda was on the point of going up to bed when they heard the trill of the telephone from the hall.
"Ah," she said. "That must be for you. Answer it, Ian."
And so he had, not waiting for one of the staff to summon him. It was Gibson, as he'd hoped.
"There's been another such case, sir. Inspector Penvellin in Northumberland."
Rutledge remembered discussing that inquiry with Inspector Cummins, considering the possibility that the Cornish inspector hadn't dealt well with the people in the far north of the country. What about his successor? Martin, I think it was.
No luck there either, although Inspector Martin was convinced the wife had killed her husband. She had had laudanum after her surgery to remove her gallbladder and had even begged more from the local doctor. The problem was, there was no way to prove his suspicions.
A frustration Rutledge recognized. Will you have a copy of that file on my desk? I'll be back in London tomorrow morning to have a look at it.
I don't see how it's pertinent to Kent, sir. With all respect.
Nor do I. But I'm hoping I'll find what I'm looking for once I've read it. And, Sergeant, not a word of this to either Inspector Martin or Penvellin. And most particularly, not Chief Superintendent Bowles.
"Mum's the word, sir,"
Gibson said, doubt still large in his voice. When Rutledge returned to the sitting room, Melinda took one look at his face.
"You're leaving tomorrow for London?"
It was a statement, not a question. Yes, there's a file I must read for myself.
Will you be returning to the inquiry here in Kent?
I don't know. I expect I shall have to.
Well, I have enjoyed your company, my dear. And Ian, you know my door is always open.
With a smile, she said good night and left him there. Rutledge watched her go, affection in his gaze. She was a remarkable woman, and he was very fond of her. Without waiting for breakfast the next morning, Rutledge was on the road a little before 6, making his way toward London. Traffic was fairly light at first, and then it picked up as he neared the city. Sunlight filled the air, but there had been a red dawn when he set out, brilliant and blazing. If the old saw about red skies was true, then there would be storms before the day was out. It had been a remarkably fine summer, with very few breaks in the weather.
He reached the yard before Bowles had appeared and walked quietly through the passages to his office. There he'd had to search for the file that Sergeant Gibson had promised him, finally discovering it in a stack of innocuous documents that Rutledge had been meaning to return to the files. He wondered briefly if this had been a hint from Sergeant Gibson, or if the man had tried to conceal the file from casual searches for one of Rutledge's court documents. He'd shut the door behind him, and now he sat down in his chair, his back to the room, and opened the file. First, he scanned Inspector Penvellen's reports. The Cornish inspector had got nowhere. Part of the problem was his lack of experience in dealing with Northumberland, but the local man had not been thorough in his interviews before Penvellen arrived. A Northumberland schoolmaster, living just outside Alnwick, had been found dead in his sitting room by his wife, who had come downstairs after waking shortly before 4 in the morning to find her husband hadn't come up to bed. In the beginning, there had been no mention of a glass of milk. Inspector Martin had discovered there had been one during a third interview with the victim's wife after the post-mortem had revealed the death was caused by an overdose of laudanum. The local man had failed to note it. The initial view was suicide. Mrs. Stoddard had sworn to the police that her husband had had nothing on his mind, but it was soon discovered that he had been very worried about the future of the small boarding school. The history master and the French master had tried to cover up the school's problems until Penvellen had had a discussion with Stoddard's bank manager. There he'd learned that Stoddard had been using his own money in a desperate attempt to shore up the school for another term. Nothing had been stolen from the house, nor had it been searched, reinforcing the belief that Percy had killed himself while despondent over the future. At that stage, the doctor had suggested that Stoddard had surprised a housebreaker, and then, in order to sleep, had taken some of his wife's laudanum without properly measuring the dose. It was even suggested that Stoddard had come downstairs in the first place because he was having trouble sleeping, and walked straight into the housebreaker, who had fled empty-handed. Inspector Martin, arriving to replace Penvellen, soon realized that the doctor had tried to protect Mrs. Stoddard from the stigma of suicide by describing the death as accidental. Martin was a straightforward man who brooked no interference with the facts. He ascertained that the laudanum had indeed been prescribed for her after surgery, and that she had kept the bottle upstairs in the drawer of the table by her bed. The glass was finally discovered when Martin took over the inquiry. It had been set in one of the drawers of the desk, and he began to suspect the dead man's wife. A neighbour had heard arguments about the money from his personal funds that Stoddard was using to prop up the school, and Martin surmised that Mrs. Stoddard had killed her husband to stop him from bankrupting them. The servants had indicated that the Stoddards were not the most devoted of couples, and it was Martin's opinion that household often knew more about what was going on in a marriage than either the husband or wife realized. Try as he would, Inspector Martin couldn't shake Mrs. Stoddard's testimony that she had not killed her husband, and had, in fact, supported his use of personal funds to help the school. And there was no record that Mrs. Stoddard had purchased more laudanum than her physician had prescribed. Nor could he prove that she had been hoarding her supply in order to kill her husband. He did suspect from a comment that the doctor's nurse had made that Mrs. Stoddard used any excuse she could think of to visit the doctor's surgery, and he wondered if there was any relationship between them. But it appeared that he was not her lover, but rather the source of the laudanum that she needed. Martin spent nearly a week in Alnwick, tracing every possible thread. All he could elicit was the fact that Mr. Stoddard had been born in Bristol, owned property there, and had moved to Alnwick when he had been appointed headmaster of Riverton School. Laudanum and Bristol. a glass of milk. There it was again, and in a case not his own. What the hell was in Bristol? Rutledge asked himself. It wasn't the size of London, and yet 4 dead men had lived or worked in the town or its environs. They had moved in different social circles and had left there at different times in their lives. Furniture maker, man of independent means, gentleman farmer, and now a schoolmaster. No, they hadn't simply lived there. They had owned property there, and they were all male. Wary of jumping to conclusions, he went down a mental list of possibilities, and as he did, he realized that there was only one place where men of such varied backgrounds might have touched each other's lives. So ordinary as to be overlooked. Serving on a jury. He remembered that he'd even suggested as much to Cummins in the case of the blackened gravestones, and Cummins had shaken his head, considering it more far-fetched than the idea of a shared secret. And it went beyond a simple matter of jury duty. These men hadn't been brought together to decide a petty theft or an assault. Very likely not fraud or embezzlement. Not housebreaking or horse-stealing. A capital case. Murder. His office felt suffocating, too small, too hot on this warm day, too confining when he needed to think. Rutledge rose, putting the file back where he found it, and left, turning toward Parliament as he so often seemed to do, his feet taking him in that direction out of habit. And as he walked, his mind was engaged in sifting all the facts at his command. He couldn't go to Bowles with this until he was absolutely certain that he was right, and he wouldn't put Chief Inspector Cummins in the middle by talking to him. Not yet. Bowles was satisfied that they had Clayton's killer in custody. He'd agreed that very likely Tattersall had killed himself for reasons he'd kept to himself. And Martin was certain Mrs. Stoddard had murdered her husband. It would take more than theory to overcome the Yard's certainty. This was a battle he would very likely lose. Rutledge was all too aware of that. He had a fine career ahead of him, and he was engaged to the woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. It would be wiser not to engage in such a battle in the first place. But there was Mark Kingston. Rutledge could tell himself that the jury that tried the man would realize that Kingston couldn't have murdered Benjamin Clayton and refuse to find him guilty. What if they did? He looked up at the tall spire of Big Ben, shading his eyes from the hazy sunlight. He could feel a storm in the air, but he catalogued that in the recesses of his brain just as he noted the traffic over Westminster Bridge, or the sounds of ships coming up from the river without any of it entering his conscious thinking. How in God's name could he find out if these 4 dead men had served on the same jury? Much less those whose gravestones had been blackened. But the 7 who lay beneath blackened gravestones could wait. Rutledge had a good memory for names and faces. He went through the long list of barristers his father had worked with, many of them later becoming QCs and then KCs. One of them might know where he should begin. Who was still alive? Who could he turn to ask for information? And then he came up with the answer. Fillmore Montague Gilbert. Famous in his day for his successes, but even more famous for the dramatic way he conducted his crosses, sometimes shaking the prisoner in the dock to his very boots. Gilbert knew people, and he had had an uncanny feeling for guilt even when the evidence seemed to point in the other direction. And he could ferret out details that led the prisoner to contradict himself or stumble over a fact that was pertinent to the case. What's more, Gilbert was still alive. In his 80s, if Rutledge's math was correct. Where was he now? Rutledge turned back to the yard, thought better of asking Gibson, and instead went to his motor car and drove to the house he shared with his sister. She was there, arranging flowers for the main rooms, a skill she'd inherited from their mother. Surprised to see him, she said, "If you're here to beg lunch, you'll have to take me out to dine. Mrs. Holly has found ants in the pantry, and she says it's a certain sign of heavy rain. Ants know, she says. And the kitchen is being given a scrubbing it probably hasn't experienced in 20 years. He laughed. "God forbid that we should find an ant swimming for its life in the consommé. All right, if you can help me find what I need, I'll take you anywhere you'd like to go." "Promise? You won't go herring off to the yard instead?" "Promise. Besides, it's a personal matter, not yard business." But when he told her what he needed, she looked stricken. "Ian, everything was boxed up after the funerals. All the cards and letters and the names on the floral arrangements, everything. I can't do it." With a surge of guilt, he realized how thoughtless he'd been in his hurry to find what he needed. Taking her hand, he said, "Of course, I can't ask you to relive it. All I need is to know where to look." "Melinda had it all taken up to the attic. I didn't ask. I didn't want to know." "Then I'll start there." "And still take me to lunch?" "Yes, I've given you my word." But the grief he'd awakened hadn't gone away. He took the stairs 2 at a time, walked onto the attic door on the 2nd floor, and went up the next flight of steps just as quickly, although they were narrower and shorter. The attics of this house held memories for him as well. His rocking horse, the cradle where Frances had slept for the first few weeks of her life, the collection of walking sticks that had belonged to father and grandfathers, a chest full of his mother's favourite hats, chairs and bedsteads and armoires and tables that had long since been replaced in fits of modernisation, including the heavy Victorian table under which he'd played with his vast army of lead soldiers on rainy days. Its multiple branching legs had provided battlefield and barracks, parade grounds and cemeteries for fallen warriors. He tried to shut out the past, searching for the boxed history of his parents' untimely deaths. He found what he was looking for under the eaves, in a corner where the boxes were safe but not intrusive. And he recognized them because they were labelled in Melinda Crawford's copperplate script. Rutledge began with the labels, squatting there as he scanned them. He had told himself he could do this, but it was no less painful for him than it was for his sister. Memories came flooding back. Standing in the passage at the yard as Cummins was walking toward him, a telegram in his hand, his face drained of all colour. The feel of the telegram in his own hands as Cummins wordlessly passed it to him. The blurring of the type as he tried to read the message. And the wave of sheer disbelief that swept him, followed by shattering anger. Then the terrible realization that he would have to break the news to his sister. Nearly 2 years had passed since the accident on the Isle of Skye that had killed his mother and father. They had been returning to the Kyle of Lochalsh on this small ferry that carried visitors, residents, goods, mail, and even the occasional Highland cow or sheep back and forth between the island and the mainland. It had been dusk, and there were no witnesses. It wasn't until the ferry was overdue that those waiting at the Kyle realized that something was wrong. When the bodies were recovered, Rutledge and his wife were clinging together, almost impossible for anyone to separate. After, everyone had said that it was good that they had gone together, that they would have wanted it that way. But Rutledge had refused to believe there was any goodness at all in what had happened, what had been so suddenly taken from them. Shaking his head to clear it of the past, he concentrated on the task at hand. It was then he located the box marked condolences, and against his will remembered sitting at the desk in his father's study, responding to each and every one of the many messages of sympathy that had poured in. How do you find the words to say at a time like that? And yet many people had found them, and he had had to thank them with a rote statement he'd written out to copy because it caused less pain than answering each message with an individual response. Thank you for your kind words at this time in our lives. My sister and I are more grateful than I can express for your sympathy and your thoughtfulness in writing. Brief, to the point, his duty to his parents handled to the best of his ability. But Melinda, a hand on his shoulder, had approved. No one expects an outpouring of your feelings, Ian. Only an acknowledgement of their offer of comfort. Shoving that memory aside as well, he sat down on the dusty attic floor and opened the box. With resolute fingers, he began to lift out the stacks of cards, a few at a time, and then a handful. He told himself he needn't open them or the emotions they evoked. He need only to look at the sender's name. 45 minutes later, he had what he wanted. The letter of condolences that Fillmore Gilbert had sent. He remembered the contents all too well. The references to his father's infinite wisdom and experience in the law, and his mother's grace in every circumstance. A rare woman, Gilbert had called her, and well suited to be the wife of such an extraordinary man. He noted the address under Gilbert's name, and then he carefully repacked the box, closing it up again with a sense of finality. Brushing off his trousers, he followed his own footsteps back to the stairs and went down them. Frances was waiting for him in the sitting room. Looking up as he came through the door, she said, without really wanting to know, "Did you find what you were seeking?" He took out his notebook to show her that he hadn't removed anything from the boxes. "An address I couldn't find anywhere else. I need information, and this was the best person I could think of to help me." Yes, they knew so many people, didn't they? It was a great comfort at the time. "Are you still hungry, or have you found something in the ant-ridden kitchen?" She grimaced. "Mrs. Holly won't let me through the door. I asked if she found mouse droppings too, but she exclaimed, 'Weevils,' as if they were the devil himself. Not surprising this summer." He took her to the Monarch Hotel with its famous restaurant and enjoyed watching her greet friends and examine the menu. They talked of this and that, and finally Jean's name came up. "Her mother has written, asking me to be one of the bridesmaids. I was so pleased." "You didn't put her up to it, did you, Ian?" "I've never spoken to Mrs. Gordon about the bridesmaids." It was the truth, and he was glad he could tell it with conviction. "I stay as far away from discussions about veils and slippers and church decorations as possible. It's a foreign language no man can comprehend." Laughing at him, she said, "We're to go to see the gowns they've picked out. I'm rather looking forward to it. It isn't often your favourite brother is married." He smiled in return. "Melinda sends her love. I was in Kent on yard business and stopped to see her. She's worried about you." "I can't imagine why. Because I haven't decided to marry. I never lack invitations or dance partners." "Early days, my dear Ian. I'm enjoying myself too much." Then she was suddenly serious. "You'll be the first to know when the right person comes along, and I dare you to tell me he's not the right one for me." Yet she had done just that when he told her he'd proposed to Jean. A stir of worry suddenly wormed its way into his heart. That was when he broached the subject of a companion for her. there was fierce resistance, and that worried him more. Frances was one of the most sensible women he knew, but she was only 20, not a great age for wisdom where the heart was concerned. He found himself wondering if she would have married before this had it not been for the long period of mourning for their parents. Mandated by grief, not etiquette, it had taken some time for both of them to come to terms with that loss. "Think about it," he said, "and speak to Melinda. Between the two of you can surely find someone who would suit." "I thought you were giving me a sister so that I wouldn't be lonely any more," she reminded him. "And so I am, but Christmas is 5 months away, and I've been out of London this summer more often than I like. You wouldn't want to find yourself the subject of gossip, no matter how unfair or untrue it was." "I will never find myself the subject of gossip," she retorted, lifting her chin. "Mamma taught me well." Rutledge took a deep breath. "Speak to Melinda. I'll agree to whatever you decide." But the mood of their luncheon had been spoiled now, and he regretted it. Soon after, he took her home, changed the clothing in his valise, and set out again. He left without telling the Yard what he was about or why. As far as they knew, he was still in Kent. It would be viewed as insubordination. But the fact was, Bowles would never agree to what Rutledge was doing, and permission would be refused out of hand. A risk, but if he was right, then whatever had happened while these 4 men were living within shouting distance of each other in Bristol had come back to haunt them.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
He drove to Kent, but not to Aylbridge. Instead, he headed for Swan Walk, no more than 30 miles southeast of London, where Gilbert lived presently, having given up his house in town some years ago. Swan Walk wasn't far from Penshurst Place, the great ancestral home of the Sidney family. Gilbert's was a placid estate set on high ground that gently sloped down to a narrow winding stream. Sheep grazed in meadows or rested in the shade of walls and copses as he made his way down the winding road leading into the tiny village of Swan Walk. Less than half a mile on, he turned in through the gates and took the long drive through an avenue of trees that led up to the house. It was cool there, branches arching high over his head like the ribs of vaulting. Rutledge savoured it. And then he came out into the last of the long twilight. The view spread before him was of more fields and meadows, distant church towers and green countryside. But in the west, far to his right, there was heat lightning, constant flickers in a bank of dark clouds. He pulled up by the main door and got out, stretching his legs for a moment before mounting the steps and lifting the brass knocker. A middle-aged maid in crisp uniform opened the door to him, peering out into the dusk at the tall stranger on the doorstep. He gave his name, asking if he might speak to Mr. Gilbert, and was told to wait while she inquired if he were receiving visitors at this late hour. Apparently Mr. Gilbert was in a mood to receive this visitor, and Rutledge was shown to a room overlooking the gardens. Through the long windows, the curtains hadn't been pulled. He could see his reflection, and just beyond it, those flickers of light across the dark sky. The room smelled faintly of cigar. As he turned to greet his host, Rutledge was shocked by the changes in Gilbert. He was shrunken, a thin man where there had been a robust one, a Paisley India shawl draped over his shoulders in spite of the heat. But his grey eyes were as alert as ever.
"Ian, forgive me for not rising. I have a confoundedly painful big toe at the moment. Gout, they tell me, but I refuse to believe a word of it. Good God, man, you're as tall as your father. Come in and sit down. What can I offer you? I have an excellent Madeira, a French brandy, and a single malt whisky, none of which I am allowed to taste unless I have a visitor."
"The brandy, sir," he replied, well aware that it was Gilbert's favourite tipple.
"There are glasses on the tray. If you bring me one, I can tell the confounded doctor I was coerced."
Smiling, Rutledge poured 2 small glasses and took one of them to Gilbert before joining him by the windows. "What news of Claudia?" Rutledge asked. She was Gilbert's daughter.
"She and Sidney and the boys are still living just outside Portsmouth. They come when they can, but of course his practice is growing by the day. He should be in Harley Street, but they much prefer the countryside."
The town of Portsmouth was hardly countryside, the docks and shipping lanes dominating it, but with 3 young sons, it offered all the amenities that Sidney had known at their ages. They rambled, they fished, they went to the seaside, hunted birds' nests, and held mock sea battles with a fleet of small wooden ships on the stream at the bottom of their garden. And then Rutledge realised that the boys were most certainly at school now, for the youngest must be all of 9. He looked at the old man sitting hunched in his chair, alone and lonely. As if aware of his visitor's scrutiny, Gilbert changed the subject, saying pensively,
"Always liked the night. I can't say why, but even as a boy the dark intrigued me. What brings you to Swan Walk? I'll wager it's not for news of Claudia, nor my scintillating conversation. Tell me it's something interesting before I die of ennui. I should never have retired from the law. Biggest error of my life."
"The story I've come to tell could be interesting. I can't say. I'm still trying to decide that for myself."
"Are you indeed?"
He sipped his brandy and sighed softly with sheer pleasure.
"All right. Begin."
"I'm looking to find a trial that might have been held in the Crown Court in Bristol. I can't begin to guess just when this was. But I have 4 dead men whose only connection appears to be that they owned property in Bristol at some point in their lives. The only way that these men could have met is when they served on a jury. And now I believe someone has tracked them down and is killing them."
"Then it couldn't have been a capital charge. If the man had been sent to the gallows, there's no possibility of revenge."
"All right, then his wife," Rutledge answered. "Or perhaps a child, who had reason to think the verdict was wrong. That would explain the delay between the trial and seeking revenge."
"Or he has been brought up on the theory that it was wrong."
"Yes, there's a difference, isn't there?"
"When a man serves on a jury, he's enjoined to silence on the deliberations and the verdict. Your 4 victims wouldn't have talked about this trial."
"Which, of course, will make my task all the harder," Rutledge agreed. "Even so, a man's family might recall that he'd served on a jury at such and such a time, and perhaps even the charges, if not the name of the accused. With luck, someone might even have followed accounts of the trial in the newspapers.
For that matter, the family of the accused is free to think or say whatever it wishes," Gilbert pointed out.
"Sadly, I don't know who they are. Not yet."
"Yes. Which brings us to another question. If no one remembers, or never knew about it, how are you going to find when this trial was held? You don't know the crime, the defendant's name, or the judges."
"That's why I'm here. My father always said you were a walking compendium of information on the English judicial system." A shadow passed across his face and was gone as quickly.
"A jury's task is the finding of fact on the question. Yes. Did you know that trial by ordeal was halted when the Catholic Church refused to support it any longer? And so a jury was the solution. Much wiser than hoping the better man with the sword was also the innocent man. Or trusting that torture could reveal the truth. Still, a jury is not always right either."
The grey eyes were distant now, as if Gilbert had slipped into the past. Rutledge sat there for a moment and then was rewarded by a sharpening of the man's gaze again.
You say there are 4 men dead? A jury is 12.
In a month's time he's managed to find and kill 4. If I'm to find the others, I'll have to get ahead of him. He said nothing about the blackened headstones.
When did these 4 men live in Bristol?
I'm not in possession of the exact dates, although at a guess between 25 and 30 years ago.
Great God, even my memory isn't that good.
Rutledge smiled. I dare say it isn't, but you may be able to point me in a direction that will help.
How do you know he's killed only these 4?
I don't. They're the only recent deaths I can find where laudanum was added to a glass of milk that the victim apparently drank of his own free will. Gilbert shivered.
No one does that. Not without good reason.
Once I have the information I need, the reason may make itself apparent.
25 to 30 years ago. Some of your precious 12 may already have met their maker. Have you thought of that?
I have, which will mean that I don't know whether he's finished his goal and has disappeared into whatever normal life he stepped away from, or if he has his eye on other unsuspecting targets. There's no mark of Cain to ease a policeman's lot.
Nor a barrister's. Tell me more about the 4.
Rutledge gave him an overview of the 3 inquiries he'd conducted, ending with what had happened in Alnwick. Gilbert listened intently, posing a question now and again.
Your Inspector Faraday's a piece of work, he commented at one point.
And when Rutledge had finished, Gilbert added,
That still doesn't answer my question. What about the dead, Ian? He won't forgive them any faster than he's forgiven the living. He'll turn to them next.
Rutledge said slowly, He may have already seen to them. And he related the troubles Inspector Davies had encountered trying to solve the puzzle of who had tried to permanently stain the gravestones. I've seen several of them myself. I've even spoken to Chief Inspector Cummins about the possibility that Davies's inquiries have to do with a jury. Now I am in the process of rethinking all I know.
Good luck convincing the Chief Superintendent, Gilbert said, giving Rutledge a look that spoke volumes. I remember him, you know, giving evidence in the courtroom. Pedantic and unimaginative. He'll see this as a confession of incompetence on your part, reaching for a solution to cover the fact that you failed to find your man.
It was too close for comfort. Rutledge said, Still, if I could find the trial, could confirm that each of these men had served on the jury in question, it would go a very long way toward convincing Bowles. Gilbert was tiring. Rutledge could see the strain on his face, the slurring of his voice as he tried to concentrate. Rutledge rose. I've overstayed my welcome, he said, finishing the last of his brandy and taking the empty glass from Gilbert's hand.
I don't sleep very much, Ian. As often as not, I sit here in my chair and watch dawn coming in the windows. Hadn't you realized that no one had interrupted us, telling you it was past my bedtime?
Rutledge gestured toward the night, where the lightning was more serious now, sheets of it on the horizon. He listened, but failed to hear the thunder. You'll not be sleeping here tonight, sir, or if you do, you'll be wet to the skin. There's a storm coming, and with it, cooler air, I hope.
Damnation! Very well, then ring for someone, and ask them to make up a room for you while they're about it. I won't see you driving off into this, if you're right.
Rutledge tried to decline the invitation to stay the night, But Gilbert wouldn't hear of it, and in the end he was shown to a room on the western side of the house not far from his host's own bedroom. There were large windows here, and as he prepared to undress and get into bed, he opened the curtains to the slight breeze that had come up. He lay there listening to the thunder as it grew closer, watching the night turn nearly to day in the ever brighter flashes of lightning. And he had a sudden sense of foreboding, as if the breaking storm was a sign of what was to come. He got up and closed his windows. Morag, his Scottish godfather's housekeeper, who claimed to have the sight, would have crossed herself and told him to beware. He closed his eyes against the approaching storm and tried to convince himself it was a sign of fatigue compounded by a glass of brandy and the excitement of the evening. Nothing more. Chapter 11. Rutledge breakfasted alone. Gilbert, he was told, seldom appeared downstairs before 10 if he'd gone up to his room the night before. He walked out to the terrace with his teacup, sniffing the rain-washed summer morning, and watched bees hunting nectar in the hollyhocks in the gardens on either side of the terrace, although many of them, like the delphiniums, were beaten down by the storm. As he finished his tea, his thoughts turned to Jean, and he wondered what she was doing today. Shopping with her mother or her bevy of bridesmaids, or sleeping in after coming home late from a party. He wanted her to enjoy herself, to do the things she had always loved doing. But he would have liked to be there at her side, watching her face light up with happiness. Once this inquiry was closed, he would ask for a week of leave to make up for so much time away from London. That brought him to consider his work, the yard, the long hours in London, and the frequent days away from the city. For the first time he doubted that it was suitable employment for Jean's husband. Perhaps Major Gordon had been right after all. And there would be children. He'd be away from them as often as he'd be away from their mother. Was it really for the best that he'd stubbornly resisted any suggestion of a change? That he clung to what had seemed to him the work he wanted to do without weighing the cost? For that matter, he left Frances to her own devices more often than he should, more often than was wise. Was a man's desire to do what he felt he'd been born to do merely a selfishness that he was blind to? Was it the excitement of the chase, of outsmarting the murderer rather than his concern for the victim who no longer had a voice? Was that victim merely an excuse to clothe his own shortcomings? He'd never looked at the yard from that angle before, and it was unsettling. Turning, he walked back across the terrace and stepped in through the sitting-room windows. Half blinded by the sunlight, he blinked. Gilbert was sitting there in his chair, the shawl around his shoulders, looking up at Rutledge as if he'd never moved last night. Startled, he said, "Good morning. I was told you never showed yourself until 10 at the earliest." Gilbert chuckled. "I told you I seldom slept. I've written out a list of QCs who may have tried cases in Bristol. It's not complete, but it's the best I could do. A few names had to be struck from the list when I remembered that the poor devil was already dead. But there it is." He took a folded sheet of paper from his pocket and passed it to Rutledge. "You were right about the storm, of course. Best display of pyrotechnics I've seen in quite a while. But we have long views here. We can watch storms roll in. At least I enjoy that. I dare say the women on the servants' floor pull their coverlets over their heads and wish it was over as quickly as possible." He watched as Rutledge scanned the names on the sheet of paper. "It will take you some time to run down all of them, and still you might not have the answers you seek. What about newspaper files?" "It may come to that, of course, and that will take time as well. In fact, I might have to hire someone to research it for me. London will start asking questions about my absences if I'm not careful."
I can recommend someone to do the research if you need it. Let me know.
I shall. Thank you, sir. I don't know how I'd have managed without your help.
You'd have managed very well. You're an intelligent young man, Rutledge. God help us if you ever take to crime.
Rutledge laughed and reached down to take the thin, veined hand offered him. And thank you for refuge from the storm. Gilbert seemed reluctant to let go Rutledge's hand.
You've inquired about Claudia while I've been remiss in not asking about Frances. How is that lovely sister of yours? She's so much like your mother at that age. Breaks my heart to see her. Is she happy?
I think she is. I hope she is. I'm to be married in December. Major Gordon's daughter, Jean. Gilbert relinquished his hand.
Don't meddle with the army, my boy. Stay with your own kind. The law. You'll be happier.
Rutledge smiled. Too late, and Major Gordon has been very kind.
Army men see things differently, that's all. You're a thinker, Ian. You work things out in your head and know where you're going. Military minds rush into action. It's what's leading Europe into war right now. Clearer heads didn't prevail, and now everyone wants to teach the other fellow a damned good lesson. No one has considered the thousands, if not millions, who are going to die. The miles of good land laid waste, the starvation and disease and cruelty that marches in an army's wake. For God's sake, the Austrian Emperor didn't even like his heir. Now he's willing to slaughter the Russians to punish the Serbs. God help us.
Your name isn't on this list, Rutledge said to shift the subject.
I can't remember that far into the past. The law, no, I haven't lost that. I can give you chapter and verse on any matter. It's burned into my memory. But the individual cases, they're blurring. Bristol has always been a commercial centre, and as it happened, I knew more than most about admiralty law. Commerce, salvage, navigation, that sort of thing.
Rutledge nodded. His father had sometimes conferred with Gilbert on such matters.
You can't go wrong with Egerton, though. They're at the top. His favourite sister lives in Gloucester, and he was always looking to try a case in Bristol.
Rutledge took his leave soon after, and once on the high road he pulled to the verge and gave his next move some thought. He was eager to speak to Miss Tattersall in Stoke Yarlington, and that was possible. Moresby and Alnwick were beyond his reach at the moment. And there was the barber in Netherby. Stoke Yarlington, then. He looked at the map he carried in his head, chose his way, and set out in the direction of Wells. Miss Tattersall had just come in from attending a small afternoon gathering of women who were planning the harvest festival in the autumn. Taking off her hat, she greeted him as the housekeeper moved aside to allow him to step through the door.
"Inspector," she said in some surprise, "have you news for me?"
Rutledge glanced at Mrs. Betterton, all ears, and said, "Could we speak somewhere a little more private, please?" She stared at him, then dismissed the housekeeper and said, "Come this way." She led him to the room where he'd interviewed her before. The windows were open to the fresh breath of air that had followed in the wake of the storm, and he could smell the scent of flowers carried on the breeze. Offering him a chair, she considered standing, then sat herself as if she might need to face whatever news he brought with him. Rutledge said at once, "I have no new information for you. I'm truly sorry. Still, there is information you might have that would be useful to me." He tried to word his request as if there was no urgency about it, just another lead he was following. There was disappointment in her face. "I dare say I've answered every question you could think of. How can there be more?" We are trying to locate several people who might have known your brother during his time in Bristol. Does the name Jerome Hadley mean anything to you? Or Benjamin Clayton, for instance? Or a schoolmaster by the name of Stoddard?" She shook her head. "If I met anyone by those names, I've long since forgotten them. I would say, therefore, that they were passing acquaintances of my brother's, if that, hardly friends. Did your brother ever serve in a trial as a juror?" "No, I'm sure he didn't." She stopped in mid-sentence. "But, yes," she went on more slowly. "I vaguely remember something about that." Frowning, she tried to bring the memory to the fore. "And then only because I was quite curious about how such things were done. Women aren't called upon, of course, but everyone says that serving as a juror is what makes English law superior to what is found in most of the world. He was living in Bristol at the time, and I must have bombarded him with questions. But he told me he was sworn to secrecy, not just at the time of the trial, but ever after. So there was an end to it." "Surely you followed the trial in the local newspapers?" he asked, striving to keep hope out of his voice. "My dear Inspector, you didn't know my brother. He felt that the lurid information contained in newspaper accounts wasn't fit for a woman's more delicate sensibilities." There was irony in the words. "He subscribed to the Times, of course, but had no patience with the local newspapers. They weren't allowed in the house. And of course, this important case that required his presence every day for nearly a week wasn't important enough to warrant so much as a paragraph in the Times. My father was much the same sort of man. Women were not to be troubled with something like murder." "You're saying it was a capital case?" "Not at all. I have no idea. I was just thinking that while I was never troubled by murder while my parents and my brother were alive, now I've been pitched right into this horror. And I don't have the faintest useful knowledge about what to expect or how to cope." He felt the sadness behind that remark. She was an intelligent, able woman, and in London might once have marched with Mrs. Pankhurst and the suffragettes. Instead, she'd been relegated to a life of good works. "Do you by any chance remember the year that your brother served on this jury?" "It was during the time Joel was living in Bristol, but I can't tell you just when. That was nearly 30 years ago." They talked for several minutes more, but there was nothing else she could tell him. All the same, it was a first step. Tattersall had served on a Bristol jury. For the sake of thoroughness, he would have liked to drive on toward Bristol to the village of Netherby and ask Lolly the barber if Benjamin Clayton had ever served on a jury. But he needed to reach Kent as soon as possible. Rutledge drove through the night, taking the most direct way he could think of across Wiltshire and Surrey to Kent. His sense of direction, sharp as he left Wells, dulled as he tired. He concentrated on the powerful beams of the motor-car's headlamps. The roads seemed to be swarming with wildlife and not a few domestic animals. Badgers and hedgehogs, foxes and prowling cats, a grazing horse, and once a rooster that for some reason stood in his way and challenged him. He had to step out onto the road and coax it to the verge before it finally dashed through a break in the hedgerow and vanished. It occurred to him to be grateful that last night's rainstorm hadn't chosen tonight instead and drenched him and the arrogant rooster as well. Finally, for fear of falling asleep and running into a ditch, he pulled over somewhere in western Surrey to rest. He reached Melinda's house at 7 in the morning, bathed and changed before breakfast. Despite her attempts to persuade him to rest a little longer, he set out for Aylesbridge and the Hadley farmhouse. Mrs. Hadley hadn't come down by the time he arrived. He was taken to the sitting room, where he paced impatiently. When she finally appeared, she looked tired in the morning light, as if she was still having trouble sleeping. He felt a surge of sympathy for her as she asked politely if there was anything he needed from her, and he responded with the question that had been burning in his mind on the long journey east across half of southern England. Jury duty? I'm sure he never served. I'd have remembered. Perhaps before you met? Before your marriage? He didn't want to put words in her mouth, false memories in her head, but his need was desperate. Now that was possible. Before we were married. Let me think. I went to spend 3 weeks with an aunt who was quite ill. Jerry wrote to me, of course, but they were the letters a man writes. She smiled with sadness, remembering. Things like, the dog flushed 2 rabbits this afternoon during our walk. Or, I had dinner with Freddie, a friend, and we talked about this new corn seed that is supposed to be resistant to many of the ills we see in damp weather. I was grateful, mind you, but there could have been earthquakes and floods and the 5th ice age, and he'd never have thought to mention it. When was your aunt taken ill? She frowned. Oh dear, how precise do you need me to be? As close as you can recall. It's rather important. Let me think. It was late May, early June. I remember that the lilacs came out while I was there, and I could smell them below my window when the wind caught them. So yes, that's about right. The year? 1887, I should think. No, that's not right. 1888. Not as far back as Rutledge had thought. But then Hadley had been the youngest of the 3 victims. And you're quite sure? Oh yes, Aunt Lydia died late the next year. She never fully recovered her strength, and we had to postpone the wedding twice for her sake. Not that I minded. She was a lovely old girl, the sort of favourite aunt everyone should have. And it was in Bristol, this trial, he repeated to be absolutely certain. It must have been. Jerry was living there before we married. And then, with her hand to her mouth, she said, How stupid of me! Come with me. She was walking briskly to the door, and he followed her down the passage to a room at the back that someone, perhaps Hadley himself, had turned into an estate office. Shelves ran around the small room, and a desk with 2 chairs in front of it stood between the outside windows. Ledgers filled many of the shelves, going back 100 years or more, Rutledge thought, glancing at their dates. Farm records, and then more rows of what appeared to be tenant accounts. But Mrs. Hadley ignored them, going instead to a cabinet next to the hearth. Opening it, she scanned the leather-bound personal diaries that marched across the shelves. Jerry was urged to keep diaries when he was a boy, and he never fell out of the habit. His grandfather gave him a new one every Boxing Day, and later he bought his own. They're not terribly personal, mostly jotting down what he'd done in a given day and what the weather was. She looked up at Rutledge with tears in her eyes. On our wedding day, he simply wrote, I have married Helen. Now our happiness together begins. Without waiting for him to respond, she reached for a volume on the top row and opened it. Thumbing through it, she found the place she wanted. Here it is, 1888. Look at May or early June. She handed him the diary. He found the end of April and scanned the pages forward. And there it was. Monday, May 14. And the entry, reported to the Crown Court this morning to serve as a juror. Rutledge turned to the following pages, but the notations were cryptic. Trial continues for successive days, and then on Friday, delivered our verdict. He felt a surge of frustration. If only Hadley hadn't taken his oath quite so seriously and had put something in his diary that was germane. The charges, the name of the accused, the name of the judge. Mrs. Hadley was studying his face. "Will this help you find my husband's murderer?" "I don't quite know," he told her honestly. "Not yet. What it will do is tie together an unsettling series of events that could finally point the Yard in the right direction." Taking the book from him and restoring it to its place in the row, she smiled, wry humour mixed with heartbreaking sadness. "That's not terribly reassuring, Inspector." He felt he owed her something more, regardless of the Yard's policy not to divulge information to potential witnesses. "There have been other murders, very similar, in fact, to the way your husband died. The question was, how could these be related?" "I remember now. You asked me about several other men. I couldn't think why they mattered." "They might have been known to your husband. Somewhere in their pasts, these three men, possibly a fourth one, crossed paths. Joel Tattersall served on a jury in Bristol, and so did your husband. If it was the same jury, perhaps that's where this inquiry actually began. If such a connection can be shown for the other two, we can narrow our search for answers." "How awful," she said with a frown. "I don't think I'm quite comfortable with such a thought." "4 men?" "Still, if this terse entry in your husband's diary proves to be true, it's possible that he's given us the information we need to stop a killer." "Too late for him," she said regretfully. She led the way back down the passage after closing the estate room door behind them. "I don't want to learn any more. Not until you make an arrest and I can see this man's face for myself." And then, her control breaking, she said angrily, "Why should something Jerry did as a very young man make my husband a victim now?" "Because some people," he told her, "have very long memories." "How very frightening." She glanced anxiously through the open door of the sitting room as if wondering if the windows there were locked. "I don't have any reason to believe that the suspect we're after will return to disturb you." "No. He's already taken what I held most dear. There's nothing left to steal." Rutledge went to look for Constable Roderick, but he had gone to one of the outlying farms to talk to a father about his rowdy sons. Also, Rutledge was told by his wife, who came to answer his knock. "Tell Constable Roderick I'll be back as soon as possible. I have work to do in London first." "I'll do that, sir. Thank ye." But, as a matter of fact, he went back to Melinda's and slept for 5 hours straight before turning toward London. If he intended to beard Chief Superintendent Bowles in his den, then he needed to have his wits about him. There was a message from Jean waiting for him at home asking if he could join the Gordons for dinner that evening. Rutledge wondered what frame of mind he would be in by 7 in the evening. However, Chief Superintendent Bowles was not in his office at the Yard, forcing Rutledge to postpone their meeting. It was useless to leave a message. What he had to say was best related face to face. And so at the hour given in Jean's note, he presented himself at the Gordon house and was welcomed warmly. He hadn't had a chance to look at any of the newspapers, which surprised the Gordons and their guests, all of whom were following events anxiously.
France has indicated that if Russia is attacked by either Austria or Germany, she will go to war on Russia's behalf, against both countries,
Gordon said over cigars and port.
This will not end well. The Foreign Office has already acted, informing Germany that as guarantors of Belgium's safety, have been since the country was set up in 1830, we'll brook no interference there. I can't see Germany taking on France, Russia and Britain simultaneously. It would be madness,
an older officer by the name of Strickland said.
There are those who say the Kaiser is just mad enough to try.
Gordon shook his head.
The General Staff will have contingency plans. If the worst happens, an expeditionary force will be sent as a stopgap measure while we fully mobilize. My view is that the French army can't hold back the German tide on two fronts.
We'll see some fierce fighting at the start, a young captain said. Rutledge had met Harvey before and liked him. But I dare say it won't last long, this war. There's no reason for it to. By Christmas everyone will have come to their senses and the talking will start.
From your lips to God's ear, Strickland said under his breath,
just loud enough that Rutledge heard him.
None of this before the ladies, gentlemen,
Gordon said as he rose to leave the dining room.
No need to worry them before we know where we stand.
Rutledge managed a few minutes alone with Jean. She was in a restless mood and finally said, Papa won't tell me what's going on. There's talk of war, but everyone stops the minute I enter the room. Let's hope it comes to nothing, he said cheerfully. He knew what she was afraid of, that her father would be called back to active duty. Privately, he thought there was a very good chance of it, although not necessarily to serve in the fighting. And you've been neglecting me terribly, Ian. I've had to attend 3 parties this past week with my parents. Everyone asks where you are. I'm sorry, my love. Blame it on the hot summer if you like. The yard has been very busy. Yes, but will we blame it on the rainy autumn next time or the frigid winter? We're engaged. It's supposed to be the happiest of times. I sometimes feel that people are talking about me behind their hands. There she is, alone again. I thought she was engaged. Oh, but she is. Her fiancé is always somewhere else. You know I'd be here if I could, he said gently. Some of the older guests were already calling for their carriages or motor cars. Shouldn't you join your parents in saying good night? Don't change the subject, Ian. I really wonder if you love me as much as I love you. If you did, you wouldn't find it so easy to stay away. It's never easy. It's just that I have responsibilities, as your father did when he was a serving officer. He wants to serve again, she said, her voice anxious. He misses the army. Will you enlist if we go to war with Germany? He was taken aback.
I haven't thought about it.
Oh, Ian, we could be married in September. You in uniform. The 2 of us running down the church steps under an arch of swords. I've been to military weddings. They are exciting. Romantic. And what happened to your dream of being married at Christmas like your parents? It was said half teasingly. But Ian, and if there is a war, I'll be marching off with my brothers in arms rather than leaving with you on a wedding trip.
That stopped her short.
I'll make certain you're given leave for the wedding journey, she said after a moment. But he thought even she knew it wouldn't happen quite that way. And then Kate walked up. Jean frowned at her. We're trying to have a little time together, Kate. She looked from one to the other. So it appears, she said dryly. Anything I can do? Just go away, Jean told her sharply. I can't. Marianne Hayes and I are faced with a small problem. I was hoping that Ian could drive the 2 of us home. I thought you came with Teddy Browning. So we did, but he's just got a message from his commanding officer. All leaves cancelled. And so he's going straight back to barracks. That leaves us without an escort. Jean said, Oh, very well. Take him then. Turning on her heel, she marched away without saying good night. Kate watched her go. You've been neglecting her, she said to Rutledge. So I've just been told, he replied ruefully.
Yes, well, I'd pay attention if I were you. Where have you been, come to that?
On business for the yard.
I don't think Jean bargained for murder-topping romance. There's Marianne. Do you need 5 minutes to make your peace with Jean? She must be on the terrace. We can wait.
He took a deep breath. I think it's all this talk of war that's upsetting her.
It's upset all of us. I've 3 friends in the army. All they can think about is showing the Kaiser a thing or two. Ridiculous men. But, as Teddy said, they've trained for years to fight for king and country, and all they've done is to travel from one outpost of empire to another. They're spoiling to get into this war in Europe.
They may well have their chance. He touched her arm.
Hold the fort for me, will you?
Let me see if I can find her. But he didn't find her.
If Jean had gone out to the terrace, she'd come in another door and slipped upstairs without his seeing her. When he got back to Kate, the evening was nearly over and Marianne was looking distinctly anxious. Kate took his arm and walked with him to the door. Send her flowers tomorrow, with a kind note. That will help, she said softly, and then louder, Here is our dashing chauffeur, Marianne. He went to say good night to Jean. She smiled, and Marianne answered it, looking archly at Rutledge as if she understood completely. He appreciated Kate's attempt to lighten the moment, but he said to her after seeing Marianne to her door and inside to where her maid was waiting for her, What am I to do, Kate? We're busy at the yard at the moment. I'll probably be away again tomorrow. It's called pen and paper, Ian. Write to her every day you're away. Not just a short note saying you're off to Manchester or St. Albans. Take the time to say the things she wants to hear. That you miss her, that you're thinking about her, that you are looking forward to getting back to London. It will make a huge difference. He was suddenly reminded of Mrs. Hadley's comments on her husband's diaries. He walked Kate to her door and bent to kiss her lightly on the cheek. You're very wise, he said with more cheerfulness than he felt. Not wise, Ian. I'm a woman too. And with that, she went inside without looking back over her shoulder, as Marianne had done. The next morning, Rutledge made it a point to be at the yard early. In his office, he listened for sounds of the chief superintendent's arrival and hoped for some barometer of his mood. It didn't appear to be very encouraging. Rutledge could hear him shouting at Chief Inspector Cummins, then marching into his office and slamming the door. He winced. Changing tactics, he went to find Cummins and said quietly, Can you spare a few minutes? I can, he said. It would seem that I'll have quite a few minutes in which to contemplate my sins. With a wry smile, he opened the door to his own office and ushered Rutledge inside. You look like a man with something on his mind. Rutledge grinned. Is it so obvious? But yes, something has come up, and I was intending to broach the subject to the chief superintendent before I heard his door slam. Give him an hour. Meanwhile, what's afoot? Rutledge had already mapped out what he intended to say to Bowles, and so it was a simple matter to explain the question of a jury to Cummins. The chief inspector listened intently, then blew out a breath in a soft whistle. Ye gods, that's convoluted thinking. Didn't you mention that to me before? Yes, about the blackened gravestones, not about the murders. But I'm damned if I don't believe you may have something here. It would solve the problem that Davies faced. It could clear up 4 cases that haven't been closed to everyone's liking, and it could find us a killer. Who do you think he is? Assuming it was a capital case, the accused is probably dead, convicted and hanged. But there may be a son who is probably a man now and for some reason launched on this vendetta.
It's certainly no way to clear his father's name, Cummins said dryly.
I don't think he has any intention of doing that. He may simply wish to punish the people he blames for taking his father from him. Children don't always see things clearly. Guilt or innocence doesn't really matter, does it? But loss does. And for some reason he hasn't outgrown that loss, and he's still angry enough to kill. But why laudanum? Rutledge shrugged. Perhaps he had access to it. And it's quiet. There's the man Clayton he's strung up in Moresby. The house was empty. He wasn't so lucky in other cases. Nor was there a suitable place. Or perhaps he didn't care for what he'd done. It may have smacked of his father's death and turned him away from hanging the others. Makes sense in a macabre sort of way. But how does he persuade them to drink the milk laced with the drug? Perhaps they don't know. I've not thought it through that far, Rutledge said. We've a long way to go before we know if I'm right. I've got to show that these victims did serve together. And then there's the question of how he manages to find his quarry. The same as we do? Somerset House with its lists of births, deaths and marriages. He could possibly work it out from there. That's assuming he knew the names of the jurors. Yes, he would have to know that, wouldn't he? Someone would have told him. His mother. Grandfather. Someone. And he remembered the names. Or they were written down in some way. A newspaper cutting? I've confirmed the names of 2 of the dead men, Tattersall and Hadley, but only 2. That could be viewed as coincidence, especially since I have no proof they were on the same jury. I've been warned off Moresby, worse luck, and I can't think of a reason to go to Northumberland. And it would take a dozen men weeks of work to run down the names of men under those ruined tombstones and ask their families. No, I can see you need to start with the facts, not chase them. That's to say, if Bowles will countenance such a search. What about this man Egerton, the KC? Where does he live? In Surrey, I think. That's not unreachable. 30 miles? Before you see Bowles, speak to Egerton. He might well know something that will take you to the next level. He may even have personal notes of the trial, if indeed he was the QC you're after. Cummins got up and silently opened his door. The coast is clear. On your way. And stop in when you get back. I want to hear what you've discovered. Rutledge nodded, slipped out the door and walked quietly down the passage to the stairs. He made it out of the building without raising any eyebrows, and was on his way to Surrey 5 minutes later. Egerton lived near Guildford in a Georgian house on the outskirts of town. Flower beds bordered the drive, full of summer bloom. Rutledge went up the slight incline and pulled up at the door. He had no official appointment. He told the footman who answered his knock, but there was a matter of law that had come up at the yard, and he needed to speak to Mr. Egerton, if at all possible. He was available, Rutledge was told, but busy writing his memoirs. Memoirs meant information to hand. If writing them wasn't an excuse to retire to the country, as it had been in Gilbert's case. Rutledge smiled and said, Mr. Gilbert suggested that Mr. Egerton was the man we should be seeking. Ask him, please, if he could spare half an hour. 10 minutes later, Rutledge was in Egerton's study. He was a tall, cadaverous man with greying hair and green eyes. He looked Rutledge up and down, saying, If I don't care for your questions, you're out on your ear. Understood? I have better things to do with my time than research legal niceties for Scotland Yard. It's a question of a case. A capital case that was tried in Bristol in May of 1888. As far as we can determine, the outcome was likely to be a guilty verdict and the accused was condemned. Good
God, man, you must be mad to think I can remember every detail of every case I ever tried.
I'm told you're writing your memoirs. That suggests to me that you have kept notes on the cases you did try, and if you have, I'm sure they're catalogued in some fashion.
You are impertinent, sir.
I'm sorry. There have been at least 4 murders that could well be connected to this trial. And there could be other victims unwittingly being stalked.
A fresh murder, not an ancient one.
Precisely.
Tell me what you have and then go away. If I can find anything, I'll contact you.
Rutledge hadn't anticipated finding answers that morning, but this sounded to him like a rebuff. Go away, and if I feel like it, I might look at my notes. If I don't, I won't. He said, standing his ground, I can't tell you how urgent this need for information is.
I am no longer an officer of the court, young man. I can do as I please.
Rutledge hesitated, then said, Mr. Gilbert was kind enough to give us your name. I see no reason for you to be less generous with your time.
Gilbert is an old man looking God in the eye. I have memoirs to finish. There's a difference in emphasis here.
Which tells me that you don't, after all, have notes you kept from your various trials. You're making up the memoirs as you go along. For a moment, Rutledge thought he'd gone too far. Egerton's face turned as dark as a thundercloud. And then, unexpectedly, he laughed.
All right, you proper nuisance. Let's see what we can find.
Egerton took him upstairs to a bedroom where bookshelves had replaced most of the usual furnishings. And on the bookshelves were lined up row upon row of small black leather binders, each one with a month and a year stamped on the spine in gold. Reminded of Jerome Hadley, Rutledge was impressed and said as much. Egerton answered dryly,
I found it cleared my mind to write down exactly what I knew about a case and then what I thought about it initially and without preconceptions. Then I kept a log of what I did from my first interview with the accused straight through the trial to what the verdict was, whether there was an appeal and what the outcome was. A tedious pastime, but I sometimes went back and read a similar case to see what I'd made of that one. Law, my young friend, isn't what you think it is. It's a compendium of human experience in learning to judge men fairly. And so they settled down to search. Almost 3 hours later, they had to agree that the Crown prosecutor in the murder trial Rutledge wanted to find was not Egerton. He had been in Derby on the week in question, not in Bristol. Egerton invited Rutledge to stay for lunch. It's the least you can do since you've spoiled my morning. I want to hear more about these abominable murders. But at the end of Rutledge's recital of the evidence, Egerton shook his head. Mind you, I think you may be onto something, but the fact is I don't think you're likely to find it, much less be able to prove it in a courtroom. There must be court records. Something. Oh, of course there are. Mouldy boxes of them in the attics of chambers or the cellars of courthouses. If they were pertinent to new law or the interpretation of an old one, raised questions of jurisdiction or details of successful appeals and the like, you'll find them in books on jurisprudence. Or in a judge's memoirs, if you're very lucky. If we had the name of the accused, it would make a huge difference. That's your task now. Find out who he was. But the men who could have told him that were dead, Rutledge thought. And even before that, they'd been enjoined to secrecy about the trial and its outcome. But there was still the barber. The question was, should he return to London or go directly to Netherby?
If he spoke to the chief superintendent and he was warned off this particular line of inquiry, there would be an end to it. If he didn't go back, if he went on to Netherby, Bowles would demand to know why he wasn't clearing up the inquiry in Aylesbridge. He found himself ruefully thinking that if all else failed, he might be joining David Trevor's firm of architects sooner rather than later. Still, if Lolly was able by some miracle to confirm that Benjamin Clayton had served on a jury, in fact, the same jury as Hadley and Tattersall, that would make 3. And 3 was less of a coincidence than 2. If Netherby led nowhere, then he'd wasted his time, and what's more, had nothing to offer the man defending Mark Kingston in Moresby. To Bristol, then, and Netherby. Calculated risk though it might be. Rutledge turned the bonnet toward the West Country and settled himself for the long drive. Before he reached Netherby, however, he changed his mind and swung south of Bristol. Finding the road that led off to the village of Beecham, he followed it. It was in Beecham that the smaller number of churchyard stones had been damaged, and he realized that he'd never been there. Rutledge ran the local vicar to earth in his back garden, where he was on his knees weeding the vegetables. As his housekeeper opened the kitchen door, he looked up. "Someone to see you, sir," she called, and he nodded. As Rutledge stepped out into the path, the vicar rocked back on his heels and frowned. "I'm sorry. If you need me in my professional capacity, I'll be with you in a few minutes." He dropped his handful of weeds into the basket by his elbow. Rutledge gave his name and rank. "I've come for information. I was hoping you could help me." The vicar slowly got to his feet, dusting off the knees of his trousers. "Has Inspector Davies sent you? Is it about that trouble in the churchyard? Come along. There are benches over there, by the gooseberries." "I'm afraid not directly." Rutledge followed him, and they sat down across from each other. The vicar said, taking out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, "God made everything, including the weeds. I accept that. I just wish he'd been a little less generous with the weeds." Smiling, Rutledge said, "You won't have been the first gardener to think so." "No, I expect that's true." "How can I serve you?" "I need to find someone who has lived in this village for a very long time, 20 years or more. I'd like to know more about the men whose graves were painted black. At the moment, this is in regard to another inquiry." "I can tell you there's really no connection among them. Inspector Davies and I made a thorough search of the church records." "Setting those aside for the moment, I need to know whether they were men of property or not." "Property? Let me see. Thompson was the squire's nephew, but he owned the cottage where he lived. Died out in Kenya. His body brought home. As for Mr. Mayfield, he and his brother owned the general store. Quite prosperous it was. Still is, for that matter." "Mayfield lived here his life?"
"Yes, that's true."
"I'd like to find out if they had served on the same jury in 1888.
Mayfield's widow is dead as well. I expect you could speak to Thompson's widow," the vicar went on doubtfully. "But they weren't wed until 1890. Of course, there's Lucy Muir. She's not old enough to remember such things, but she's set herself the task of compiling a history of the village. It's to be printed and sold in the church."
"I don't think," Rutledge answered carefully, "that what I'm after would be of any interest to church visitors."
"I'm sure that could be true. But in gathering information that might be of interest, Lucy has surely come across a good bit that isn't. I'd start with her."
The vicar looked down at his hands, at the earth that was caked under his fingernails.
"Give me a few minutes to change, and I'll take you to call on her."
My housekeeper makes a fine lemonade if you'd like a cooling drink while you wait." And so Rutledge was settled in the parlour with a tall glass of lemonade while the vicar took the stairs 2 at a time, disappearing above to change. The vicarage parlour was bright, the windows standing wide and white lace curtains lifting in the gentle breeze. There was a glass case on beautifully carved feet that held an assortment of treasures from enamelled snuff-boxes to thimbles. He was standing there admiring them when the vicar returned. "My mother's collection," he said. "She loved pretty things, and my father found ways of indulging her." "How was the lemonade?" "As good as promised. Thank you." They walked out to the motor car, and the vicar said with a sigh, "My weakness, mechanical things. It's new this year, is it not?" "Yes, I've seen some of the quite enticing advertisements Rolls has put out. You do realise that I insinuated myself into this visit with Lucy just to be driven there in this marvellous machine?" He walked around admiring it. "My pleasure." They drove along the high street to a lane that ran down to a fast-moving little stream crossed by an old stone bridge. Beyond that, a drive led from the lane up a slight rise to a cottage with a thatched roof, and one of the prettiest gardens Rutledge had ever seen. "Quite beautiful, isn't it?" the vicar agreed. "She advises me on the vicarage gardens from time to time, but I fear she wastes her knowledge." He got down as the motor car came to a stop and said, "Don't be misled by what you see. She's really marvellous." The young woman who came to the door to greet them wore a simple white dress with a gold locket at her throat. She was no older than Rutledge, and her hair was the colour of honey, her eyes hazel. Quite taken aback, for he'd pictured a middle-aged spinster, he smiled as the vicar presented him, and tried to think what to say. Her eyes twinkled. "Yes, I know. The aged white witch in her cottage, musty herbs hanging from the rafters, and a black cat on the hearth," she said. "Well, I don't have any herbs, I'm afraid, but I do possess a black cat. Come inside and meet Abigail." The vicar led the way, saying, "Mr. Rutledge has come down from London to look into the past of our village. I thought of you at once and promised that you could help him. Don't let me down, I beg of you." She grinned as he kissed her cheek. "I shall try my best, but you shouldn't make such promises." The front room of the cottage was tastefully decorated, a smaller version of a Welsh dresser against one wall showing off a fine display of china figurines, and the tea table was certainly Queen Anne. But she took them through that room and up the stairs where the smaller of the 2 bedrooms had been turned into a study of sorts. Windows at both eaves let in the summer air, and he saw that besides a small desk and chair, the room held mostly papers. On shelves, on the floor, on the window-sills, and even under the cat's bed, raised 2 feet off the floor. A black cat with golden eyes stared at them, then lost interest, going back to sleep. "We needn't sit up here. Well, there's really no place to sit, is there? But if you will tell me what you're looking for, we can take what I need downstairs again." She smiled up at him. Rutledge found himself wishing he could ask her about anything but a murder trial. It seemed to be far too ghoulish a subject for this pretty cottage on this sunny day. But he said, "There was a trial in Bristol, I think, some 25 years ago, in 1888. I don't know who the accused was, but I believe I know the names of several of the jurors, or at least I hope I do. I desperately need to know the name of the man who was tried for murder if I'm to find a record of his trial. And I must find that record in order to prove a case. It sounds like a hopeless task. I hope it isn't, because this is an urgent matter." Lucy frowned. "Murder cases? Yes, they would be over here. She walked to a low stool set where the cottage roof sloped almost to the floor and retrieved a sheaf of papers. With them in hand, she nodded to the door. "Let's go back downstairs." They followed her and sat in the front room. She glanced at the papers, refreshing her memory. "Beecham hasn't had many murders. In 1792, 1848, 1860, 1867, 1870, and 1888, 1897, and 1901. Most of these, interestingly enough, were committed by the same family. The first 5, at least. They were highway robbers, and sometimes killed their victims. The highwayman was not as romantic as he's painted. People were terrified of them, and nobody talked. That allowed them to continue their way of life until the Lord Lieutenant in 1867 took it upon himself to rid the neighbourhood of them. And he quite ruthlessly did. That leaves us with only local murderers." She looked up at her 2 guests. "Shall we try 1888, then?" Rutledge said, "Yes, please." She shuffled through the pages to find what she was looking for. Here it is. One Evan Martin Dobson. I've grown accustomed to my own scrawl, so I'll read it to you. Mr. Dobson, who was a leather worker by trade, had a falling out with the son of the greengrocer in early April of that year. No one is quite certain what the falling out was about. There was some feeling that it was wages owed for a new bridle with silver buckles that Mr. Dobson had made for the greengrocer's son. The greengrocer's son, here's his name, Thomas Atkins, saw himself as something of a dandy. But of course his father wasn't the squire, and couldn't afford his son's extravagances. Atkins and Dobson had a falling out over the harness, and in the end Mr. Dobson applied to the father for payment. She turned the page she'd been referring to. The father refused, saying that it was his son's purchase and his son would have to settle the account. 2 nights later, the greengrocer was set upon on his way home from church. He died of his injuries without ever regaining consciousness. The maker of that bridle was taken up for questioning, and he swore he had nothing to do with the beating. There was some evidence to the contrary. The print of a boot in the muddy lane where the assault happened, and a copy of Dobson's account lying under the body. The inquest found Mr. Dobson as the murderer, and he was bound over for trial. She looked up at Rutledge. Does this sound in any way familiar? I never knew the details, but it's possible that Dobson is our man. The vicar said, He's interesting, is Dobson. The son, Henry, that is. His mother was buried in our churchyard at the end of June. Dobson left the village as soon as she was buried. He was a quiet sort, rather dogged, but devoted to his mother. Tell me about her. She struggled to put food on the table. The previous vicar felt no compassion for her or her child. He held rather Victorian views about sin. In her last illness I contrived to have her medicines put on my account, but it was to no avail. She was simply worn out from overwork and unhappiness. And the son? Henry. He was rather stiff-necked about charity. When I was still new here, I once offered him work in my garden to help him make a little money, but he felt it was pity, and not his skills that moved me. Sometimes helping the least of his children is not as easy as it ought to be. How did he earn his keep? His mother took in washing and ironing. For a time he ran errands for the greengrocer, the new man, and picked up whatever other work he could find. He helped in the lumber yard when he was older and tried to take up his father's trade, but there were too many who remembered the bridle, and what it had led to. His mother is buried in the churchyard. Rutledge repeated the vicar's words, considering the possibility that that was why the other graves were defaced. because those lying beneath them weren't fit to lie in hallowed ground with Dobson's mother. A first step in a murderous journey. Yes, as I said. Henry told me there and then that he would be sending me the money for a proper stone. He wanted something with the sunrise in the upper part and her name and dates. The next morning, when I went to the cottage to look in on him, he was gone. He'd taken everything that mattered to him, I expect, and just abandoned the rest. No one seemed to take notice of his departure. I doubt most people even knew he'd left except when he failed to show up for work. Sadly, there was no one at the burial but Henry and myself. The vicar sighed. I count him as one of my failures. But truly, his path began long before I was ever here. Lucy Muir had been listening intently. I didn't know. I'd gathered this material about this man's father, and I had no idea. It's more personal somehow that I could have passed him on the street how many times? And yet never connected him with the man who went to the gallows for murder. He probably preferred it that way, the vicar said. Why did he stay, if life was so unbearable? Rutledge asked. Money. His mother. Where were they to go? The vicar answered. Do you know if she took her husband's death hard? If she, for instance, told her son that he was innocent? The vicar shook his head. I don't think she considered guilt or innocence. He had done the work on the bridal. He hadn't been paid because he was caught up in the argument between the grocer and his son, and he needed the money.
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
The boy must have been very young at the time. The silver buckles alone would have cost Dobson dearly. I'm not excusing what happened, but from his wife's point of view, the greengrocer and his son destroyed her family. Then why didn't Dobson think in terms of righting that wrong? Atkins was dead. His son sold up a year or so later and left the village. What wrong could he right? Is the Dobson cottage occupied at this time? I'd like to see it. No one has shown any interest in it. It's probably just as Dobson left it. I'll take you there. Rutledge turned to Lucy Muir. What is your interest in the history of the village? I needed something to do when my grandmother was ill, and I came to like living here. When the visitor's brochure is finished, I'll stay on. How did you find so much material? My grandmother. Her friends, who must have been at least her age, if not older. Gossip at the Women's Institute or at teas and flower committee meetings. The church records. Some of the early vicars were quite chatty. And I've used my father's name to gain access to newspaper files in Bristol. She shrugged ruefully. They refused unequivocally to allow a woman to search those files. It's amazing what they thought important to publish at the time. There were stories of runaway bulls, of gypsies suspected of stealing a little boy who later turned up safe and sound, of the miller being accused of mixing chalk into his flour, and someone who went around stealing pansies from graves and gardens. The thief was never found, nor were the pansies. My view is that they were sold to unsuspecting gardeners in another village. Do you think you could find out more about the trial of Evan Dobson in the newspaper files? I could try. I'll pay your expenses. Gladly. Done. I shall treat myself to a short stay in my favourite hotel. Where shall I send whatever I find? He gave her his home address, not that of the Yard. I'm not always in London, he said in explanation. I don't want her going astray because I wasn't there to receive it. She rose, indicating that the interview was over. Then I must be getting back to my work. Shall I send you one of our little visitor books when it's completed? Surprised, he said, "Yes, I'd like that very much." And he found he meant it. "That will be 6 pence in advance." She held out her hand, and laughing, he gave her 6 pence. "If I don't receive my copy, I'll have the Yard bring you to justice for misleading a policeman and swindling him into the bargain." Her head to one side, she considered him. "You wouldn't be willing to tell me why you're so interested in the Dobsons? It might lend a little excitement to the story I'll write." Rutledge shook his head. "It won't be a good story for another 50 years, he said. She saw them to the door and told the vicar she would speak to him later about going into Bristol. "Thank you, Lucy," he said as he waved goodbye. In the motor car driving back toward the village, he added, "She's a remarkable young woman. Her grandmother thought her brilliant. I don't believe Lucy knows it yet, but Beecham will soon be too small and provincial for her. She'll find another place to live and new work to do. And I shall miss her cheerfulness and her brightness." Rutledge turned to look at him. "You're fond of her?" "I am. But I'm no fool, Rutledge. She treats me like a favoured uncle, and I'm happy with that." And then, on a lighter note to show that his heart wasn't breaking, the vicar added, "One can't keep a butterfly in a glass jar, however lovely it might be to dream about it. Besides, think what she'd be like as the vicar's wife. Half the women in the village would turn on her, and the other half would feel sorry for her. No, I need a plain and kind woman who will support the church and me, and raise no hackles amongst the ladies of the parish." There was nothing Rutledge could say. They drove in silence to a farm track on the far side of Beecham, and at the end of it was a small cottage that had seen better days 20 years before. It needed paint and new thatching and better glazing in the windows. The door was closed, and although the vicar offered to take him inside, Rutledge contented himself with looking through the windows. The furnishings were much like the exterior, plain, hard-used, worn. A poor man's dwelling, and probably filled with bitterness as well as hopelessness. "Can you describe Dobson for me?" "He's rather ordinary. Light brown hair, blue eyes, a little above medium height, good shoulders. And while he knew to keep his place, he was a stiff-necked man." Rutledge changed his mind then and asked the vicar to open the door. Walking from room to room, looking at the dust, the large wooden washtub in the little addition on the back, the lumpy mattresses and hand-me-down curtains, he felt a surge of sadness. Dobson and his mother had been made to pay every day of their lives for what the father had done. Guilt by association, wearing away at them like drops of water on stone until it must have scoured the soul. Until they couldn't forget the past, even if they had wanted to. But it was in the little shed that he stopped and knelt. On the floor was a smudge of something black. Hardly more than a speck, but his sharp gaze had found it. He scraped at the spot with his fingernail, then gave up. He said nothing to the vicar, but to himself it was a different matter. Rutledge would have been willing to wager his life that whatever had stood here only a few months ago must have been a pail or even a pair of them, filled with a thick, black, tarry paint, rancid fat, and chimney soot. Chapter 12. The vicar offered Rutledge lunch, and he accepted the invitation. They ate their meal in the sitting-room where a small table had been drawn up to the window. "I often dine here," the vicar said. "The dining-room is by far too large for one poor clergyman." He waited, making general conversation until his housekeeper had served them and gone back to the kitchen to enjoy her own meal. And then he said, "You haven't told me much about the business that brought you here. Was it the blackened gravestones?"
Yet you seem to feel that Dobson is a killer, like his father before him. I could judge that by your questions.
I'm afraid that may be the case.
I find it hard to believe. Or rather, I find it painful to believe.
Perhaps because I feel young Dobson never had a fair chance at a decent life. I'm sure he didn't. Still, who knows what drives people to choose to do murder? He could have started a new life in Cornwall or Herefordshire where no one knew of his past. I dare say many of the villagers living in Beecham today don't remember the whole story, only that Dobson was a murderer's son. Not why. That's probably true. The vicar shook his head. Villagers have long memories. How ill was his mother? Do you know? She was in some discomfort at the end. Her heart simply stopped. But according to the doctor, she had a tumour in her breast that spread. It was too late to try to do anything about it. She refused even to consider a doctor's care for months. I think she worried about the cost, but she very likely didn't wish to hear the truth. Was she given something for the pain? Yes, the doctor was quite liberal there. Laudanum. He was helping himself to the pudding and didn't see Rutledge's sharp reaction. And she took a long time to die, poor woman. Her spirit simply wouldn't admit defeat, as if she hadn't finished with life. I sat with her sometimes, but I don't think she believed in God any longer. My presence made it possible for her son to leave for work. That was what mattered to her. Had she too thirsted for revenge, or feared that her son did? Rutledge started to ask the vicar what he believed, and then thought better of it. As he was leaving, the vicar said again, "You won't forget to keep me informed." "I will do my best." He nodded and turned to go back inside. His shoulders slumped, as if under a burden too heavy to bear. Rutledge drove on to Netherby, stopped at the barber shop and had to wait 10 minutes while twin boys were given matching haircuts. He sat in the chair without being asked this time and let Lolly trim his dark hair again. As the barber worked, he asked his question. "We spoke before, when I was here about Benjamin Clayton. Do you recall?"
"I do."
"While he lived here in Netherby, was he ever summoned to Bristol to serve on a jury?" The scissors stopped while Lolly stared at Rutledge.
"Now how did you come to know that?"
Rutledge swallowed a surge of excitement.
"I didn't.
But I've encountered 2 other men who had once lived in or near Bristol in the same period that Clayton was still here in Netherby. They served on a jury, and it was possible that Clayton had as well, since he had very likely met these 3 men at some stage in his life."
"You're the clever one, then."
Lolly was still staring at him. "Not clever, Lolly. Used to finding connections between people and events."
"Yes, well, it was true. He was summoned, but he was reluctant to go. He never spoke about it again, at least not to me, except to say that it was an experience that troubled him and he wished he'd never been a party to it. I'll say this for him. He wasn't a man to judge others, Benjamin Clayton wasn't. Always trying to see both sides."
"Do you know when this was?"
Lolly laughed. "When he served? Now I must think about that."
He frowned, considering.
"I'd say it was no more than a matter of months before he sold up and went north to be married. If that."
How old was Benjamin Clayton then? 27? A young man, engaged, looking toward the future. A man much like himself. He paid Lolly for the haircut and thanked him for the information. He spent the night in Bristol, then set out for London. He was, he thought, finally ready to speak to Bowles. He didn't have proof, but he had sufficient evidence now that his thinking was correct, that there was indeed a connection among the victims that pointed to one killer, not four, and certainly not suicide. He should have been able to discuss his conclusions with the chief superintendent and receive his blessing to continue searching. But Bowles wasn't given to encouraging his men. Unlike Chief Inspector Cummins, he measured those under him on their results, not their insight. As it was, Rutledge would have to be very careful not to let Bowles know the support Cummins had provided in this quest, and that meant any consequences would fall on his shoulders alone. He was prepared to accept that. Passing through villages and towns along the road to London, Rutledge could see apples ripening on laden trees, corn heavy with golden heads in rolling fields, livestock grazing peacefully. A Sunday morning alive with promise and beauty. He tried to enjoy it, but his thoughts kept returning to Dobson and whether or not he was capable of killing. The vicar had pitied the man, but how much had he really known about him when it was all said and done? That cottage was proof enough of the suffering a child and his mother had endured, and suffering could turn a mind toward vengeance. It was late when Rutledge reached the city, but he stopped by the yard anyway. The passages were quiet, doors closed, the only sound of voices coming from the night staff. Neither Chief Inspector Cummins nor Chief Superintendent Bowles was there. Even Sergeant Gibson had gone home, although there were those who swore he had no home to go to. In the morning, then. He was almost glad of it. Francis was already in bed, the rooms downstairs dark and stuffy, although the lamp burning in the hall welcomed him. He walked into his father's study and poured himself a small whisky. Draining it in 2 swallows, he went upstairs to his own bed. There was no chance in the next morning to confer with Chief Inspector Cummins, but when Rutledge asked for a meeting with Bowles, he requested that Cummins sit in on the conference. It was taking a risk, and he knew it. Without a prior meeting, Cummins wouldn't be able to back his position. On the other hand, Cummins's presence could mean that Bowles would at least listen. As they walked into the chief superintendent's office, Bowles said irritably,
"I hope this meeting is to tell me you've made an arrest in Kent."
"I think it's very likely that we can. And soon," Rutledge began confidently. It was the best way to handle the chief superintendent. He had a knack for scenting weakness as soon as it stepped through the door. "Meanwhile, I've discovered a strong connection between the Tattersall murder and the Hadley inquiry."
"I thought we discussed the likelihood that Tattersall was a suicide. With the Yard's blessing, the reconvened inquest agreed."
"So we believed at the time. It wasn't until I was in Kent that I learned that Hadley and Tattersall had once served together on a Bristol jury. A capital case that ended in conviction. What's more, it appears that Benjamin Clayton, who later went to live in Moresby, was also a member of that same jury." He was choosing his words carefully, and he'd already decided not to include the schoolmaster Stoddard, not until he was more certain of his ground. Here are 3 men who lived ordinary, blameless lives, respected and respectable, who share only 2 things: their connection with Bristol and having been summoned to serve on a jury there. And yet they were murdered by the same method within a matter of weeks of each other. The surprising thing is those men whose gravestones were recently desecrated, the case that Inspector Davies was called to investigate, could very well be connected to this inquiry. I'm waiting for information that will confirm the names of all 12 jurors. Bowles was glaring at him impatiently, purposely being obtuse.
"You're reaching for straws in the hope of making bricks. If it was a capital case, either the accused was found not guilty, in which case he would have no quarrel with the men who set him free, or he was convicted and hanged. and not likely to be a murderer so many years later.
Evan Dobson was hanged in Bristol in 1888. I'm looking for his son, Henry. Mrs. Dobson died at the end of June this year, in poverty and despair. Henry left the family home as soon as she was interred, and very shortly thereafter, the killing began. What's more, there is evidence that Henry Dobson had access to laudanum prescribed for her.
All very well and good. Now, explain to me how this man, Henry, poor and no doubt with only a village school education, if that, managed to trace his victims. With luck, he might have found Tattersall in Stoke Yarlington, but you claim he reached Aylesbridge and Moresby as well?
He worked at various times in a greengrocer's shop and a lumber yard. He knew people of his own kind, poor and making their own way as best they could, Rutledge responded. Such a man could cadge lifts to any part of England. It's not how he got there that troubles me. It's the question of how many names are left on his list. If those damaged stones aren't connected to Dobson, then it's a long one. Cummins cleared his throat, speaking for the first time. In late June, early July, there was a rash of breaking and entering at greengrocers along the southern coast. £3 taken here, 5 there. Someone was even lucky enough to find 10 on one occasion. The seaside has been quite popular this summer, and crime has taken a holiday there as well. A London pickpocket was just apprehended in Brighton, and 2 well-known housebreakers were taken into custody in Lyme Regis and Plymouth respectively only last week. I dare say there are other instances of petty theft elsewhere. Sufficient for a determined man to put food in his stomach, find a bed for the night, and even pay his way if necessary. That was news to Rutledge, but Bowles ignored his chief inspector.
Then tell me how this killer of yours managed to find men he'd never seen, or seen only as a small child, several of whom had long since moved some distance away. It's far-fetched, Rutledge. Even you must see that.
I haven't explored that yet, Rutledge answered frankly. The first step was to ascertain whether I was right about the jury. It's not impossible to find someone if the pursuer is determined enough.
For us at the yard, perhaps. But an untutored man? It's a good theory, Rutledge, I grant you that. But there are too many holes in it. The tarred gravestones? I wouldn't doubt you could be right there. It's something a man like this Henry Dobson might do out of spite. Inspector Davies will be happy to hear of it if that's true. And that confounded vicar as well, who made such a fuss about what was done. Besides, we've got our man in Moresby. The trial is coming up in late September.
Rutledge opened his mouth to say something, but caught Cummins's eye and shut it. Bowles went on without interruption.
And as for the inquiry in Kent, there's the maid who found Hadley's body. Statement says she had access to laudanum. You need to sort that out.
Dr. Wiley has confirmed that it wasn't full strength and certainly not a lethal amount.
Yes, well, they might have given her the idea. Search out the chemist's shop that sold it to her. Hadley wouldn't have been the first man to try to take advantage of a pretty young housemaid while his wife was away. If he pressed her too far, she could well have considered getting rid of him before Mrs. Hadley came back and gave her the sack. It's even possible she only intended to put him to sleep, so that he'd leave her alone, but got the amount wrong.
You haven't spoken to Mrs. Hadley, Rutledge began.
The wife is often the last to know in these matters, but the housekeeper might have an inkling. Speak to her. Make certain before you pursue this Henry Dobson that you aren't blind to what's right there under your nose.
It was final, and arguing with the chief superintendent was the surest way of making him dig in his heels. Bowles reached for a sheet of paper on his desk.
"While you've been running about chasing hares, that inspector in charge of the Kent murder is wondering where you've been. You haven't kept him informed. See that you do. The sooner the better."
And then he turned to Cummins.
"I've had 2 men in here this morning threatening to enlist if we go to war. Cates and Johnston. They've run mad. Have a word with them, if you please, before this gets out of hand."
Reports indicated that the Kaiser's forces had entered tiny Luxembourg, no match for the invaders, and were now poised on the Belgian frontier. Whitehall had sent a stern warning to Berlin. Germany could field whole armies, while Belgium had hardly more than 100,000 men under arms to defend her. However gallant a fight she waged, it would be impossible for her to hold out. There had been prayers in churches across Britain on Sunday, solemn pleas to the Almighty to make the combatants see reason and asking that the King and the government be given strength and wisdom during this ordeal. These had been comforting to many people. Rutledge and Cummins were dismissed. They walked out together, not speaking, as they moved down the passage. They reached Cummins's office, and he beckoned the younger man inside. When the door had closed behind them, he walked to his window and stood looking out, hands clasped behind his back. "Interesting possibility," he said after a moment, "but perhaps a little premature in expounding it."
"Yes," Rutledge admitted.
"Still, what happens if someone else is killed while I'm going through the motions in Kent to satisfy Bowles? Besides, I've met Peggy Good, the housemaid in question. If Hadley had made advances, she would have run screaming through the house instead of calmly plotting to be rid of him. And how did she convince him to stop and drink a glass of milk, if he was intent on raping her?" Cummins turned. "I must ask, are you sure it wasn't what you viewed as the wrongful arrest of that young man in Moresby that sent you down this road?" A hot retort formed on Rutledge's lips, only to be replaced almost at once by a wry shrug. "It's a fair question. The answer is yes. That's still troubling me. But the possibility grew out of the same exercise you and I tried when we were talking about the Davies inquiry. The first and second deaths were slightly different. By the third, I could see a pattern. I looked into the Stoddard case, which Martin had investigated, and that made 4. The next question was, what had these victims shared? They hadn't been to the same schools, they hadn't served in the military, they weren't related, they didn't have the same solicitor or doctor or tutor. But there was Bristol. We don't usually consider a jury as forming a bond among men. They serve at the pleasure of the court, are dismissed and are expected never to speak to anyone else of what they did. Not their deliberations, their decisions, their findings. And unless a trial is scandalous in nature or attracts the attention of the gutter press, it's forgotten in 6 months' time. And yet for those few days, 12 men are extraordinarily important to the prisoner in the dock, whose future rests with them. And just as important to the prisoner's family. Dobson would have been old enough to attend the proceedings? I very much doubt it. I find it hard to believe that his mother didn't attend the trial. But the verdict touched both of them deeply. It had to. Yes, I see that. But where is Dobson now? God knows. Cummins sighed. You've got yourself a very interesting possibility, Ian. He ticked them off on his fingers. I have someone searching for information on the jurors. The next step is to discover a means by which Dobson found his quarry. and I must find a sighting that proves Dobson was in the vicinity of each murder. Even though I myself don't know what the man looks like, I've got only a general description to be going on with. But I think it could be done, with time and perseverance. Good. Meanwhile, get yourself back to Kent and speak to the local man. I'll keep an ear to the ground here. Rutledge rose. Thank you, sir. If war comes, will Major Gordon be returning to active service? There have been whispers that he will. Then spend some time with your Jean today before you leave for Kent. She'll be worried. God knows we all are. He picked up a pen, looked at it as if he'd never seen it before, and then said half to himself, half to Rutledge, What am I to tell these hotheads eager to go out and get themselves killed? To wait and see. Germany might well pull back. If they don't, then give the army a chance to do what they've been trained to do. If Germany comes through Belgium, it will be facing the French as well as the British. And the French have fought them before. Our regiments are scattered throughout the Empire. If the French can't hold Germany long enough to get them here, then we'll need every man we've got. Germany has to contend with 3 armies: the Russians, the French, the British. With respect to the Tsar, I don't know that the Kaiser is particularly worried about his eastern flank. I am rather surprised that he's baiting the British by massing an army on the Belgian frontier. Or perhaps it's a feint, and he's trying to keep France guessing. I can't see why he would wish to bring us into the war if he could avoid it. His sights are set on Paris, not London, and he might not believe that we go as far as war on Belgium's behalf. Rutledge put his hand on the door. The problem is, if he tests us too far, there'll be no turning back. He took Cummins' advice and went to call on Jean. It was just as well not to be under the chief superintendent's feet at the moment, he thought wryly, as he lifted the knocker at the Gordon house. Jean, he was told, was upstairs lying down with a headache, but as soon as she was informed that he'd called, she asked him to wait and hastily dressed. "Ian, what a wonderful surprise," she said, lifting her cheek for his kiss. "Let's walk in the garden where it's cooler." She was wearing a white dress inset with lace panels in the bodice and around the line of the hem, and there was a blue sash at her waist and a blue enamelled locket at her throat. He had never seen her look lovelier, and told her so. She smiled. "I was going out walking this afternoon, but it's far too warm. This is much more comfortable." "You look tired. Is it the war news? Young officers have been running in and out of the house all morning, until Mamma banned them from coming more than once. I found it quite thrilling and dashing, but I dare say she's worried about Papa. Everyone is dancing on the Kaiser's convenience, which is silly, if you ask me. Lieutenant Rogers calls him Mad Willie. I don't see why we shouldn't simply send our army to France and block his way. He'll retreat quickly enough then." It wasn't as simple as that. But he let her chatter on, happy to walk arm in arm with her and listen to her. "And the Humphreys have cancelled their ball tonight. I was glad, since you weren't going to be here to accompany me. But now you are, and I'm of a mind to tell Sarah Humphrey that she's ruined my evening." "It would have been a crush," he said lightly. "You know you wouldn't have enjoyed that." "No, that's true. Oh, Ian, I found the loveliest design for my wedding gown. I do wish I could show it to you, or even describe it to you, but that would invite all manner of bad luck. So I must simply wait until you can see it for yourself." "It will be the finest gown in England," he said, smiling down at her. "You'll be wearing it, and that's all that matters to me." She squeezed his arm. Will you enlist if the war comes? Our footman is already excited about going, and the Neville chauffeur, and even the Haldane's son-in-law is considering doing the same.
I've far too much work to do at the yard, he told her. I'm a policeman, not a soldier.
But you'd fight for king and country, wouldn't you? If it comes to that.
Are you saying the army is in such dire straits that it needs me? I doubt it.
I just don't want to be the last person who is sending someone to France, she said.
And he saw she meant it.
Yesterday, after the church service, it was all everyone was talking about.
Jean, I'm not going to make a fool of myself rushing out to enlist. By the time half these men have been trained sufficiently that they can sail for France, the war will be over. But even as he spoke the words, he wondered. Europe had gone up in flames so quickly, barely 5 weeks had seen the worst happen. Before that, there had been peace for such a long time. And now everyone was mad for war, as if the excitement was all they saw.
If you feel that way, she said angrily, then I'm going inside.
Jean, he said again, but in a different voice. I won't quarrel with you over this. You've no idea what war can be like. Neither do I, for that matter. Your father can tell you he was in the Boer War. People die. People are maimed. It's not all parades and bands and uniforms. It's cruelty and misery and destruction. When the lists of the dead come in, will you be quite so happy to find your friends' names there? Or the footman? Or the neighbour's chauffeur? The men you've danced with and played tennis with won't all come back, you know. She turned away.
You make it all sound so dreadful.
It is dreadful. I'm sorry, but there it is. She turned back to face him.
Please don't tell anyone what you've just said to me. Particularly not Papa or my friends. Pretend a little that you're eager to fight. I don't want everyone thinking you're a coward.
Chapter 13. Jean's words stayed with him all the way to Kent. Rutledge told himself it was her upbringing, her father's career, but he was reminded of something that Gilbert had said, that the army had its own circle of obligation. It was truer than he'd been prepared to believe at the time. The young officers who were Jean's friends would see the darkening clouds in Europe as a chance to cover themselves in glory. Promotion was notoriously slow in peacetime. Even Major Gordon had seemed very pleased to hear he'd be expected to serve again. He himself was happy to leave them to it. Not out of fear for himself, but from the knowledge that war was what they were trained for, just as he was trained for police work. And just now, with Dobson on the loose and 4 dead men to account for, adventuring in France as a lark to prove his mettle was not something he dreamed of. Still, the words had stung. Would she realize that and take them back? He thought it was very likely she would. And he held on to that thought. When Rutledge was shown into Inspector Watson's narrow office, the man on the far side of the desk considered him, then said, "You've taken your time coming to see me?" He was older, experienced, and competent, with steady grey eyes and a strong, square chin. "You laid the groundwork for this inquiry with thoroughness. I didn't need to speak to you until now. Still, it would have been a courtesy." "It would have been," Rutledge agreed, "but we have reason to believe this isn't the first time our man has killed, and it's likely he's going to kill again. I've been trying to stay ahead of him." "And have you done that?" "So far I haven't located him. The question we're wrestling with now is how he found his victims. That might help us narrow down the search." "You're telling me they were chosen, not picked at random?" "I believe so. In all fairness, there are those at the yard who don't."
Who are the other victims?"
Rutledge took a deep breath and launched into an account of what he'd uncovered so far. "Meanwhile, someone in Bristol is searching for a list of those involved in that particular case. If there are more victims, we can warn them in time."
"All well and good, but you haven't explained why Hadley drank that glass of milk. I knew the man. It's not like him to sit there meekly and let himself be killed. And even if he was told that he'd helped convict an innocent man, why should he believe a word of it? He was practical, clear-headed. He wouldn't beat his chest and fall on his sword."
"I don't have an answer there. Yet."
"Your notion is interesting, but it doesn't stand up to scrutiny."
"Then tell me why you believe Hadley drank that milk." Watson frowned.
"I don't know. Unless he was offered a choice. Laudanum, or a far more painful death. It might even go deeper than that. If you are right about this man, he could well know more about his victims than we do. Blackmail that allowed the killer to arrange a quiet little murder with a long night ahead in which to escape."
Rutledge rose from his chair and went to lean against the office wall. "Do you know something about Hadley's past that the killer could have used?"
"Not here in Kent. But he lived in Bristol before coming here. It would have to be something that happened in Bristol. Besides, there hasn't been any gossip about him here. If there was, I'd have heard of it by now."
Watson cleared his throat.
"I'd give much to know why his wife went to Canterbury alone. Visiting friends, she said, but why didn't he go with her? There was no pressing reason for him to stay at the farm. Were there strains in that marriage that we haven't heard about?"
Rutledge remembered the chief superintendent's suggestion that Hadley had tried to force one of the housemaids. Was this the source of his suspicions? "In my conversations with her and with the servants, there was no hint of trouble. According to Dr. Wiley, she was devastated when he gave her the news."
"That could be true enough. Well, time will tell."
The interview with Inspector Watson had not been very satisfactory, but Rutledge himself took most of the blame for that. Once more he chose to spend the night at Melinda Crawford's house. And after dinner, he asked her, "How would you go about finding an old friend from India if you didn't know where she was living now?" "I'd ask a mutual friend for her direction," she answered promptly. "Let's say she's remarried and your mutual friend has also lost touch with her." Melinda, her head to one side, examined him. "Are you purposely making this difficult?" "I am." "Then I expect you won't like my next answer. I'd call Richard Crawford and ask him if the regiment knew where my friend was." But her husband wasn't an army man. He was a solicitor. "If I mailed a letter to her at her last known address, I'd hope that the present residents would forward it to her." "But then you'd be waiting for her to decide to contact you. If she didn't wish to for some reason, you'd have no way of knowing that your letter ever reached her." "I'd leave it to the telegraph office to find her." "Possible. But again, if she doesn't respond, you'd have no way of knowing if she received your telegram." She gave the matter some thought. "There must be a way. I can't seem to find what it might be." Her face brightened. "I'd ask the vicar, in the last place she lived." "Ah, but he's a new man and never knew your friend." Melinda frowned. "Has this person you wish to find lived in the same place for a very long time?" "As it happens, she has." "Is he on the telephone?" "Not all of them." "Ian!" "Try again." She stared at him, her mind busy. "Is my interest in finding my friend malicious or friendly?" "Possibly malicious." "Then I'd have kept up with her somehow." Rutledge said, smiling,
You have hidden depths, Melinda. You should have been a policeman.
How would you go about keeping up with her?
If I were really intent on knowing her business, every year I'd send a Christmas note. Everyone has friends or relatives they hear from quite regularly but don't know from Adam. I'd scribble a name to the card, and if someone received it and opened it, it would tell them nothing. But I'd have a poste restante, where the letter could be returned to sender if they moved away. It would cost me a few pennies, but it would be worth it. And then, if I decided to speak to this person, I'd send someone to their door with a box of chocolates or a bouquet of flowers. And if my gifts were accepted, I'd know I was safe to do more.
Had Mrs. Dobson kept up with 12 jurors over the years? But how? Someone would remember the arrival of flowers or chocolate, surely.
Ian, I could stand on the doorstep with anything in my hand and make up a name. If you know what you're doing, you can persuade the person at the door to divulge any amount of information.
She went on, changing her voice.
Is this where Mrs. Cranford lives? I have a delivery for her. And the reply would be, I'm afraid you have the wrong house. This is the Crawford residence. Or if he were uncertain of the address, he might stop at a neighbouring house, in which case the maid would answer, I'm sorry, Mrs. Crawford lives in the next street at number 2.
Rutledge was intrigued. In each house, the victim had been the only male resident of the right age. Michael Clayton had left Moresby for York, but even if he hadn't, he wouldn't have been mistaken for his father. Nor Hadley for the footman, Tom. He rose, kissed her on the top of her head, and said, Don't wait up for me. I'll let myself in when I get back.
Nonsense. I'll be sitting here waiting for you to return. And then you'll tell me what this is all about.
He drove through the late evening afterglow to the Hadley farm and asked for Mrs. Tolliver. She was downstairs in her small parlour.
Inspector, she said, rising as he was shown in. I hope there's nothing wrong. She glanced at the pretty little clock on the chimney-piece. It's quite late. I'm sure Mrs. Hadley is retired.
I've a question to ask you. If you can answer it, I'd like to summon the rest of the staff and ask them.
The older ones have already gone up. I think the younger ones may be sitting out by the kitchen garden. What is it you need to know so urgently?
Did anyone bring a parcel to this house in the week before Mr. Hadley was killed, only to be told he'd come to the wrong address?
I don't remember any such caller, she said, and either the maid or the footman would have informed me of it.
You're certain of that?
Oh, yes. It could have been a parcel for a visitor either Mr. or Mrs. Hadley expected to arrive.
Will you ask the staff all the same? I'll call tomorrow to find out what you've learned.
I will do that, Mr. Rutledge, but don't pin your hopes on it. I can't think when we last had someone at the door.
He thanked her and prepared to leave. She accompanied him up the stairs and to the main door to see him out. She was about to shut it after him, but stopped and said into the night,
What was in the parcel? It might help if I knew.
Very likely nothing. It would have been an attempt on someone's part to elicit information. The contents of the parcel aren't important.
Indeed, sir.
He had been about to turn the crank on the motor car. Straightening, he said, It needn't have been a parcel. Flowers, perhaps. A query about a lost dog.
I see. Well, I will ask. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. He had cranked the motor car and taken his seat behind the wheel when the door opened again, letting a shaft of light fall across his face. Mrs. Tolliver stepped across the threshold and said, Inspector? Yes? Her face was in shadow, but something in her posture as she leaned toward him made him cut the motor.
The only stranger I recall coming here shortly before Mr. Hadley was
before it happened, was the poor man looking for work. But he came to the wrong farm. One of the maids gave him a glass of cold water and told him how to find the other lane.
Did you see this man?
Actually, I did, because we thought it was the fishmonger at the kitchen door. He came half an hour later.
Can you describe the man looking for work? He realized he was holding his breath, waiting.
I didn't get a good look at him. The kitchen maid had just finished mopping the flagstones by the door to the kitchen garden when he came up. She said he doffed his hat and asked if this was the farm looking for someone to do the mucking out in the stables. He thought this was Pennythrift Farm. The maid said afterward that he didn't know Kent very well and had likely taken a wrong turning. He put his cap back on by the time I reached the door. He was footsore and dusty by the look of him, but tidy enough, good shoulders, polite, middling tall. He drank the water, thanked the maid, and went on his way. I didn't give him another minute's thought. This time of year there are any number of people looking for seasonal work.
Is there a Pennythrift Farm?
Oh, yes, it's on the far side of the village.
And you haven't seen this man before or since?
No.
All the same, late as it was, he found Pennythrift Farm and asked the middle-aged woman who came to the door if they'd taken on a new stableman in the last few weeks. They had not, nor had they advertised for one. What's more, the man claiming to be looking for work there had never appeared at Pennythrift. Feeling much himself again, Rutledge drove back to Melinda's house. Good to her word, she was waiting in the sitting-room where she kept all her treasures from her travels. It had seemed to be Aladdin's cave to an impressionable boy brought to visit by his parents, and was his favourite room in the house. She looked up as he came through the door.
There you are! I was about to give you up. Shanta is bringing us tea. Sit down and tell me if you found someone delivering parcels.
No, he said slowly, but I did find an itinerant labourer looking for work. By the time they had finished their tea and were ready to go up to bed, he'd told her what he'd learned and why he'd been looking for ways to trace an old friend. Or enemy. And Melinda, who had looked death in the face as a child, never flinched as he described what he'd learned about a killer's mind.
That's very clever of you, Ian,
she said as they were mounting the stairs on their way to their beds.
Seeing the link with the jury. But I expect Chief Inspector Cummins is right. You will require hard evidence before you convince the naysayers.
I'd give much to know where Dobson is now, he said, turning to walk down the passage to his room.
You must pray that he isn't already stalking his next victim.
The next morning, after a brief conversation with Mrs. Hadley, Rutledge left for Stoke Yarlington outside Wells, driving straight through without stopping in London. In every village he passed through, there were little clots of people standing in the streets talking. He'd been in the middle of many inquiries where small groups stood as close as possible to where the police were working, asked in hushed tones for information in the aftermath of a crime. This was different. Worried faces turning to stare at him as he drove on, wondering if he'd heard more than they had. He found Miss Tattersall at home and asked her if she or her brother had over the years received Christmas letters from someone she didn't know.
Not Christmas messages, she said, smiling at a memory. But my brother often got birthday messages from someone he'd known at university in Bristol. Or more likely someone who thought they knew him. And the date was always wrong. So whoever it was had thoroughly confused him with someone else. Every year, without fail, on the 28th of June. It quite tried his patience. But of course there was nothing he could do. He didn't know anyone at the return address, and, as I pointed out, even if he did, and he wrote to this person to inform him of the mistake, Very likely his correspondent would take that as acquaintance and begin writing to my brother in earnest. He was quite put out, but I found it rather sad, and even amusing.
What did the messages say? Do you know?
Oh, the sort of thing anyone might write. A few lines on the order of thinking of you on your birthday and hoping it's a happy occasion. It was signed Fred or Frank, we never could decide. And the hand was copperplate and rather florid.
Did you save any of these letters? Or do you remember the postmark on them?
Good heavens, no. They went directly into the dustbin. As I recall, they were posted in Bristol. But still we couldn't think who it might be.
Lately, has anyone stopped at your door looking for employment?
We do our hiring through an agency, like most people. The agency supplies solid references. But I suggest you speak to Mrs. Betterton. She would know.
She rose and went to pull the bell. When he put the same question to Mrs. Betterton, she shook her head.
No, sir. No one has come by looking for work. He's not likely to find it on this street.
A parcel, then? Or an inquiry about a neighbour?
Well, there was the man with the bundle of clean wash under his arm.
She smiled.
His wife was ill and he'd been asked to bring the sheets back for her. But he got the wrong street, poor man, and tried to insist they were Miss Tattersall's. Mixed up the bundles, he had. He'd already delivered 3, and he could only pray they went to the correct houses.
When was this? Do you remember what he looked like?
It was a few days before we lost Mr. Tattersall. He was rather ordinary, sir, as I recall. Not the sort you'd take a second look at. Stooped. His hair in need of the barber. He said he'd been too busy helping his wife to see to himself.
And you didn't think to report him to your employers?
No, I did not, she said stiffly. Neither Miss Tattersall nor Mr. Tattersall, God rest his soul, would thank me for disturbing them to gossip about another family's sheets.
And yet it seemed that here and in Kent, the stranger had been affable enough to find out what he wanted to know. Assuming, of course, that the itinerant worker and the washerwoman's husband with the bundle of clean sheets were one and the same. But Rutledge was ready to wager they were. The descriptions were too close. He thanked Mrs. Betterton, and Miss Tattersall said as he walked to the door,
"Is this important, Inspector?"
"I can't be sure," he replied. "It's early to be drawing conclusions. But I have some hope now." From there he went to find the village constable. Hurley hadn't seen the man with the bundle under his arm.
But if it was market day and if he was minding his own business, I'd have no reason to take particular notice of him.
Rutledge thought to himself that the washerwoman's husband would have taken great care not to encounter Constable Hurley. He was tired when he reached London and left his motor car in the mews. The house was dark when he walked round to the door on the square and let himself in. The warm air was stuffy, the August night moving on toward the morning of the 5th. He tried to move quietly. After all, he knew the placement of every chair and carpet, every door and stair. He could walk, and had, in nearly pitch darkness from the door to his room without waking anyone, coming in from school late and unexpectedly, sent down for incurring his head's wrath. He smiled at the memory, and froze with the smile pinned to his face as the study door opened, casting a bright shaft of light into the passage, catching him off guard. Off stride, he heard his sister's voice.
"Ian? Is that you?"
She appeared in the opening of the door, a black silhouette, slim and uncertain.
"Or else it's a very clumsy housebreaker."
"Don't make light of anything tonight," she said, moving back into the room. He was down the passage in half a dozen swift strides.
"What is it? What's wrong?"
She turned to face him, and her eyes were bleak, "My dear," he began, uncertain what to say.
"Charles just came to the door to tell us," she told him. "The Germans haven't replied to our ultimatum. They've marched into Belgium, and there's heavy fighting."
Charles Talbot was with the Foreign Office. He would know the latest news. It wasn't a false alarm. Oh, God. There was the end of hope that cooler heads might prevail. It seemed they hadn't.
"We're at war. It's real,"
she whispered, echoing the words she had heard not half an hour earlier. He stood there, his gaze holding hers for a moment, then he went past her, straight to the drinks cabinet to pour a little whiskey into a glass. But he didn't drink it. He set it down again and simply stared out the window. It occurred to him, he'd had no idea at the time, that he had asked Jean to marry him on the same fine summer's day that the Archduke and his wife had been murdered. Somehow it seemed his life and their deaths had become inextricably linked. Frances said, her voice trembling, "You won't enlist, will you, Ian? I couldn't bear it if you did. I couldn't bear it if something happened to you so soon. Well, so soon." He cleared his throat, turned and held out his hand. "I'm a policeman," he said quietly, remembering that he'd said it before, and only recently. "Not a soldier. I don't kill people. I arrest those who do." Chapter 14. Afterward, he couldn't have said when they went up to bed. They had sat in the study without talking for a time, then called it a night. He hadn't expected to sleep, but the driving he'd done in the past few days caught up with him, and the morning was well advanced by the time he opened his eyes. Frances hadn't come down to breakfast when he left for the yard. The streets were quiet, the yard subdued. He made an effort to find Chief Inspector Cummins and tell him what he'd learned about 2 of the linked cases. If he'd expected praise, he would have been disappointed. But it was in the way of a report rather than an announcement, and Cummins took it that way. "It's amazingly fine work, Ian, but we still need that list of jurors, and we'll have to see if the Clayton family and Stoddard's wife have had similar experiences. Still, we may have a better description now, even if it isn't earth-shaking. You've spoken to Watson, you say?" "Yes, he's a good man. I need a few hours. I haven't been to see Major Gordon, or Jean. I must say, he was expecting this." Cummins squared his blotter with the edge of his desk, then moved the tall jar that held his pencils and fountain pen. "Sergeant Hunt went to enlist this morning. You'd have thought he was prepared to win the war single-handedly. I expect Inspector Perkins may do the same before this day is out." "They're both young." "At a guess, Hunt is a year older than you." Rutledge shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Before this is finished, old men will be called up for duty. They're already saying it will be over before the year ends. That's why so many men are rushing to enlist. They don't want to miss a tidy little war." "I hope it is finished before Christmas." He made an effort to smile. "After all, if my future father-in-law is in France, the wedding will have to wait for him." "Good God, I hadn't thought of that." "All right, off with you. For once in my life, I'm very pleased that I have daughters." Rutledge found the Gordon house in turmoil. Officers were coming and going, and Private Meacham was waiting in the entry for Major Gordon. He gathered from the chaos that Gordon was leaving for duty. Just then Jean came to the head of the stairs, her face streaked with tears. She spotted him below and hurried down. "Ian, I'm so happy to see you. Could you drive us to the railway station?"
Mamma and I can't leave with Papa, but we both want to see him off."
"He's not on his way to France?" he asked, surprised.
"No, he's taking over the training of men from the Midlands. We don't know when he'll have leave. Mamma thinks he'll lead his men when they go over." The Major appeared then, his wife on his arm, and started down the stairs. He was already giving her instructions, but Rutledge thought she was heeding only one word in 10. "Yes, George, of course. I'll see to that. Yes, yes, I'll remember. This isn't the first time I've had to do this, my dear. Jean? Oh, you found Ian. Thank you for coming, Ian. There's simply been no time to think. Where is your motor car?"
"In front of the house." He took the hand the Major held out to him. "Good luck, sir." And then they were swept outside, and it was time to leave. The railway station was in turmoil. Trains were being allocated to the Army's use, and the platform, even at this hour of the morning, was almost impossibly crowded. Steam from the railway engines wreathed everything, making the heat seem more intense. One young woman had fainted in the crush, and several people were bending over her, ministering to her. Rutledge left the motor car where he could and followed the Gordons to the carriage waiting for the Major, again shaking his hand.
"Look after them, Ian,"
he said briefly, then turned back to his wife and daughter for a final farewell. Carriage doors slammed shut, the signal was given, and the train began to move. Mother and daughter waved the train out of sight, then took Rutledge's arms, clinging to him as the crowds buffeted them. Another train was pulling into the track, and men were pressing forward to find their carriages. He did his best to protect them, guiding them through the throng of weeping families and grim-faced soldiers. He got them to the barrier, and then through it. Mrs. Gordon, who had bravely held herself together seeing her husband off, began to cry into her handkerchief. Jean's grip on his arm was so tight he could feel her nails through the cloth of his coat. Mrs. Gordon, choking back a sob, said, "It never gets easier. I really don't know why I think it should." Rutledge had to offer both of them handkerchiefs by the time they had reached his motor car. Handing them in before turning to the crank, he said, "Back to the house, Mrs. Gordon." "Yes, please, Ian. It will take most of the day to settle everything down again. The Aldridges were to have us to dinner tonight, but I expect that will change. The captain was on the train. I saw him just as it was pulling out, stepping into George's carriage. Oh, perhaps Mrs. Aldrich will want us there anyway. Can you be here at 7, Ian?" He intended to leave for Yorkshire by 5 o'clock. But he smiled and said, "Yes, count on it." "Thank you, my dear." Jean went upstairs with her mother, and after a few minutes came down again. She said, appearing in the doorway to the morning room, "Mamma will be in a frenzy for days trying to see to all Papa's instructions. It's her way of coping. His solicitor was here this morning to make certain that everything was as Papa wanted it." "And how will you cope?" he asked gently.
"By being Papa's brave girl, as always. We never went with him to his postings, you know. He always said it was a greater hardship for everyone if we were uprooted every few years. So it really won't be much different now, will it? He could be on his way to South Africa or Egypt. Somewhere safe."
"Who will take over the running of the estate?"
"His solicitor has already found an excellent man. Papa met him last evening and he was pleased. Their agreement is only for 6 months, with clauses for extensions of time as required. But that won't be necessary. Don't let's talk about it any longer," she said, pacing the room. "Tell me where you've been, what you've been doing." But he was fairly sure she didn't mean that literally, and so he said, "To Somerset, and to Kent." "But you're back in London now?" because with Papa away, Mamma and I will be counting on you to stand by us.
There's a matter I must see to tonight. It won't take long. He hoped he was telling the truth. The Aldrich dinner party was cancelled as expected, and so Rutledge dined with Jean and her mother. Leaving there, he stopped at his own house long enough to collect what he needed, and by just after 11, he was on the road north. He arrived in Moresby late on the second day, which actually suited his plans better than driving into the village in daylight. Leaving his motor car on a farm lane, he walked the rest of the way into the town and went first to the Clayton house. To his surprise, it was Annie Clayton who came to the door, her face tight with uncertainty until she saw who it was.
"Inspector, I thought... Are you here for the trial? But you can't be. It's far too early."
"Actually, no. I haven't come for it. When is it?"
"With the war and all, it's been moved again. 2 weeks from tomorrow. You can't imagine how I dread it."
"May I come in? There are a few questions I'd like to put to you."
Yes, of course."
He followed her into the front room, surprised to see that the walls had been freshly painted and the stairs had a new banister and balustrades. She noticed his surprise and said,
"Michael and Peter couldn't get along, and so this was the compromise. I agreed to come back to the house if they would would improve on the room."
"It's quite well done," he said. Offering him a chair, she added,
"Michael should be home soon. He's working in the harbour with one of the chandlers. It's not work he particularly cares for, but he hopes something better will come along, with so many young men enlisting. But I heard him tell a friend that he was considering the medical corps." She bit her lip. "He hasn't said anything to me yet."
Rutledge said, "I've run into something that intrigued me, Miss Clayton, and I've come to ask you if your father ever received birthday greetings from someone from his past. Someone he couldn't remember?"
Her eyebrows went up in amazement. "How did you know?" "Mamma always teased him, saying that it was his lost love. He thought perhaps it was the young man who'd worked in his father's shop at one time. You could barely read the scrawled name. Papa said he was never good at penmanship, but it was the thought that mattered. Only he got the date wrong. Papa didn't have the heart to tell him, so he just let it pass."
"Did he reply?"
"I don't believe so. The return address was a scrawl as well, but the greetings came faithfully. I always thought it rather sweet, and I did wonder if it really was a girl he'd known before he met Mamma."
"Do you have any of those letters by any stroke of luck? We'd like to have a look at one."
"I don't think it ever occurred to us to keep them. And there wasn't one this June. Papa thought Danny might have taken ill or even died." "Why are you interested in Danny? Does this have anything to do with what happened to Papa?"
"Just tying up loose ends. There's one more question. In the week before your father's death, had anyone come to your door with a parcel or to ask for work? Possibly even bringing clean sheets to the wrong house?"
"Do you mean to speak to Papa?" "No, I don't remember anything like that."
"Could your father have seen this person if you didn't?"
"He was usually in the shop from early morning to later in the evening. There was always something to be done, turning a piece or staining it and waxing it. After Mamma's death, he tried to stay as busy as possible."
That was a disappointment. But Rutledge persevered. "Would your father have mentioned such a visit to you?"
"I don't know. I don't see why he should."
So much for that. At least he'd verified the birthday message. and surely all Dobson would have had to do was follow Clayton home from the shop one evening. Rutledge thanked her and walked back to where he'd left his motor car. Some miles back from the headland, he found a room for the night in a small inn along the road. It wasn't until he was preparing to drive on to Northumberland that he remembered the Clayton neighbour who had been so helpful on his first visit. She hadn't given him her name, but he knew which house was hers. Taking a chance, he drove back into Moresby and went to her door. She was as surprised to see him as Miss Clayton had been, saying, "You're that policeman, aren't you?" And she invited him in for a cup of tea. It was clear she wanted to gossip about the upcoming trial, and it was some minutes before he could bring her around to the question he had come to ask. "Strange that you should bring that up," she told him. "Such a nice young man. I was walking home from a friend's house, and there he was, looking rather lost. I asked if I could help him, and he told me his brother had done some work at number 17, repairing a chair, and he was to meet him there so that they could walk home together. I had to smile. Coals to Newcastle, you know, repairing a chair for the Clayton household. I told him that number 17 belonged to the man who owned the furniture shop at Abbey Street, Mr. Clayton, and he wasn't likely to hire the young man's brother. He looked again at the scrap of paper in his hand and laughed at himself. He'd got the number right but the street wrong. He thanked me and was off. Do you remember him well enough to give me a description? It was nearly dusk, and of course he wore a workman's clothing." She considered Rutledge. "Not as dark as you, nor as tall. Wide shoulders, but rather thin. Would you recognize him if you saw him again?" "Oh, I doubt it. I was in a hurry. My cab was waiting." "I wouldn't have remembered just now if you hadn't asked." Her face slowly changed. "Are you saying, does that young man have anything to do with Ben Clayton's death? Is that why you're asking?" He smiled, unwilling to worry her. "It's important to question everyone who might have been out and about in the week before his death. Who knows what he or she might have seen that could help us?" "Yes, of course," she replied, reassured. "I quite understand." Dobson had had long years of practice at hiding his feelings, at knowing how and when to please the people around him so that he and his mother could eke out an existence in a hostile village. And he had probably learned to lie as well, discovering early on that a glib tongue was a shield against prying questions and callous indifference. He could hate in secret and survive. It would stand him in good stead as a murderer, too. Rutledge had reached the corner on his way to his motor car when a constable approached him. "Inspector Rutledge." He was wary, uncertain whether the constable had spotted him or was actually looking for him. The face was familiar, but Rutledge didn't recall his name. He said with a nod, "Yes." "Inspector Faraday's looking for you, sir. He's asking if you would step into the station." "I'll be happy to." But he was on his guard. He and Faraday hadn't parted on the best of terms, and the man had gone against his express orders when he arrested Mark Kingston. He turned toward the centre of the little town, expecting the constable to continue on his rounds. Instead, the man fell in step with him, walking briskly at his side. "A fine morning," Rutledge said. "It is that, sir." The sun was warm on their faces and the sea shimmered. They went the rest of the way in silence, the constable staying with him until he opened the door to the police station and stepped inside. Was he under escort? Faraday was at his desk, and it was clear at once that he'd been waiting for Rutledge. "Nice of you to stop in and let me know you're on my turf. Still smarting over the arrest of Clayton's murderer." Without waiting for an invitation, Rutledge pulled out the chair next to the desk and sat down. "There has been a connection with another inquiry I'm pursuing," he said easily. "I came to Moresby to find out if we might be looking at Kingston for another murder." Faraday wasn't expecting that. He sat there rearranging whatever was on his mind and finally said, "Indeed? And why wasn't I informed?"
This is the end of the disc. The audiobook continues on the next disc.
"Because at the moment there's more work to be done before we muddy the waters of Kingston's trial." He kept his face and his voice bland. "Care to tell me what it is you're after?" "I asked Miss Clayton if there had been an unexpected visitor to the house before her father was killed." "And?" He was already jumping to the conclusion that this might have been Kingston. "She said there was not." "This is what you were doing when Constable Blaine found you?" "It was." "Why was it important enough for you to come all the way to Yorkshire to ask a question one of my men could have answered for the Yard?" "Because I am on my way to Northumberland to ask a similar question." Faraday considered him for a long moment. "Well?" He reached into his desk drawer and brought out a telegram. Rutledge could see that it was already open. Faraday held it for a moment, then tossed it across the desk to him. "This will change your plans." Rutledge's name was on the envelope. He lifted the flap and drew out the sheet inside. The telegram was brief. "If this reaches you, return to London at once. Urgent." And the name at the bottom was unexpected. It read simply, Cummins, without a title. "Personal or professional?" Faraday was asking, his gaze sharp. "I expect there has been a development in the inquiry I've been pursuing," Rutledge said, giving the impression he was resigned to his orders. "The Yard has been waiting for other information to come in." But his mind was racing. What had happened in London that had made Cummins try to find him? The answer was it could be anything, including Bowles demanding to know where Rutledge was. And it had been a risk on Cummins's part to send a telegram here. Faraday was no friend. Unless Bowles had already guessed where he might be. Rutledge had made it clear enough that Kingston's fate concerned him. "They'll ask me when I reach London." "Has a date been set for Kingston's trial?" "As a matter of fact, it has. The third Monday in September." "As a matter of interest, did Kingston's father agree to see his son before he died?" "I don't know," Faraday replied with some relish. "That had nothing to do with the inquiry, did it?" "It was what had brought Kingston to Moresby." "So you said. There is a witness who claimed he was intent on setting aside the will by claiming to have reformed. But of course he hadn't reformed, had he?" "His cousin's wife. Why doesn't that surprise me?" Rutledge rose. "I'll be on my way. Good morning, Inspector." He was not going to argue Kingston's case here and now, not until he could be sure he was right about Dobson. To try would do more harm than good. He left the office door open as he walked out, and behind him there was the sound of a fist coming down hard on the solid wood of a desk top. Rutledge drove farther than he'd intended, reaching Lincoln before stopping for the night. He made an effort to close his eyes and rest, but his mind was busy with speculation. In the small hotel not far from the cathedral where he usually stayed, he'd had difficulty finding a room because so many men had come into the city to enlist. Several of them had come down very early to breakfast as soon as the dining room had opened at 6:30, unable to sleep for the excitement of what they were about to do. He put their ages at 19, and from their conversation he gathered they worked on neighbouring farms and appeared to know each other well. They had decided that joining the army was far more exciting, and they had walked this far only to find the recruiting office closed for the evening. One of them asked Rutledge where he was from, and when he told them London, they bombarded him with questions he couldn't answer. What was the war news? Were they still in time? Did the fact that the recruiting office was closed indicate that the army already had as many men as it needed? He wanted to tell them to go back home and await events. But their excitement was high, and reason didn't interest them. They had told everyone they were leaving to fight the Kaiser, and if the army would have them, it was what they meant to do. "They'll be sending seasoned troops to France first," he told them as he finished his meal. "Not raw recruits. Even if you manage to take the King's shilling today, you'll need to be trained before you fire a shot. And by that time, the Germans could well have decided to back off. But they wouldn't hear of it, demanding to know if he intended to enlist as soon as he reached London. Rutledge ignored the question, asking instead who would work the farms they'd left behind while they were away. "There are enough men to bring in the harvest," one of them said, "and if we're home by Christmas, there will be plenty of time to think about next spring's planting." He wished them well and went on his way. But he thought about them as he drove south. 3 of how many hotheads on their way to join an army they wouldn't have considered a month ago, drawn by visions of glory and the chance to kill Germans. And how many young Germans and Frenchmen and Austrians and even Russians had rushed out to do the same. What had happened to this quiet, peaceful summer? What had brought on such madness? Not just the assassination of an Austrian archduke. It was as if a plague of bloodlust had spread on the wind, infecting everyone it touched. He was young enough to feel the pull of adventure, to feel the blood run hot with excitement. He wasn't immune to the plague. But he'd seen his share of bodies in the course of his time as a policeman, and there was nothing glorious about death. Parades and bands and banners were all very well, but after these had passed by, the dead didn't rise up and go on with their lives. They were collected and buried, the hero together with the coward, and medals handed out by a grateful country did nothing to comfort the bereaved the dead left behind. War was best left to the Major Gordons of the world, who were prepared and trained to deal with it. Trying to shake off his mood, he picked up speed and made an effort to think about London, and why he had been summoned. The first person he encountered when he walked into the yard the morning of the second day was Sergeant Gibson.
"You're back," he said. "Sir, there's a file on your desk. Chief Inspector Cummins asked that you look at it first thing."
"Is the Chief Inspector here?"
"He's at a meeting in Bloomsbury. There's been trouble over German waiters at a restaurant there. Spy fever. He's trying to make people see sense."
"I don't envy him." "All right, thank you, Sergeant." He found the folder placed conspicuously on his desk so that he couldn't miss it. Setting his hat on the top of the file cabinets, he sat down and stared at the plain cover. Clipped to it was a small square of paper where Cummins had written, "Urgent." Rutledge opened it and stared at the name of the victim. It seemed to leap out at him. F.M. Gilbert. He must be dead, Rutledge thought, and not of natural causes. Not if his name was in a file at the yard. He forced himself to go through the file logically, familiarizing himself with the details. One Fillmore M. Gilbert of Swan Walk, Kent, had been found in his study by his housekeeper, unresponsive, and to her eyes dying, his breathing so shallow she couldn't be sure she could see it. She had sent for help, and Gilbert's physician had come post-haste. He had done what he could, then sent Gilbert to Tunbridge and hospital. "The man's got the constitution of an ox," the doctor had said in his preliminary statement. "He should have died." He had taken an overdose of laudanum, but because Gilbert took small amounts quite regularly, he hadn't died. Rutledge stopped there and went to ask one of the sergeants on duty if Cummins had returned. He hadn't, and there had been nothing in the file to indicate whether Cummins believed this to be Dobson's work or had left the file for him, knowing Gilbert's connection with the Rutledge family. What's more, the local police hadn't requested the Yard's assistance. But family connections wouldn't account for that urgent telegram. Rutledge went back to stand by his window, looking down at the canopy of leaves below. "Gilbert claimed he hadn't prosecuted that particular case," he said aloud. "He couldn't remember anything about it." Catching himself, he turned back to the file. Rutledge came to a decision. Cummins wasn't available. The file was on his desk. He could swear he believed it was a request for assistance, not a routine notification in the event the Yard had an interest in the man or the situation. He flipped the folder closed and took his hat down from the top of the cabinet, walking out of the office and down the passage. It was no more than 30 miles to Tunbridge. He could be back before the end of the day, if he hurried. Traffic was heavy as he left London, but thinned as he turned south. He passed a carriage of young men, waving their hats and cheering, clearly on their way to enlist and flushed with a pre-celebratory drink, no doubt. And on the road were other men walking purposely toward the nearest town. What would the army do with them all? When he arrived at the hospital, he was told that Gilbert had regained consciousness and insisted he be taken back to Swan Walk. The doctor's carriage had left not half an hour before. Rutledge stopped for sandwiches and a cup of tea, then drove after the carriage. It had already arrived by the time he reached the house, the horse standing there quietly, swishing his tail at the flies and waiting patiently. He knocked, was admitted, and told that Mr. Gilbert was not accepting visitors today. "Please tell Dr. Greening that this isn't a social call. I've come from Scotland Yard." Dr. Greening himself came down then. He was younger than Gilbert, but not by much. "Whatever business you have can wait," he said testily from the stairs. "My patient needs rest." "I'm afraid my business is official and urgent." He gestured in the direction of the room where he'd talked to Gilbert on the night of the storm. "But I have no objection to beginning with you, sir. Shall we?" He led the way without waiting to see if the doctor was following. And then he heard the footsteps coming the rest of the way down the steps, and after the briefest of hesitations, turning toward the passage. The maid who had admitted him was still in the hall. He heard her close the outer door and cross the floor in the direction of the servants' stairs. That door opened and shut as he waited for the doctor to catch him up. "There is no need for this," Dr. Greening said stiffly as he walked into the study and faced Rutledge. "A file was waiting for me today. I must presume it was placed on my desk because it has been reported that Mr. Gilbert had attempted suicide." "As a matter of fact, one of the staff had mentioned that you had called on Mr. Gilbert fairly recently. Inspector Williams in Tunbridge felt that Mr. Gilbert's decision to kill himself might have been a result of your visit." It was not what he expected to hear. After a moment he said, "Sit down. This may take some time." "My patient, is he stable?" "Well, yes, but his age is a matter for some concern." "Then you can spare me 10 minutes. Why should my visit have led Gilbert to a decision to kill himself?" "His mind is rapidly failing. He skates the issue rather well, but it has been causing increasing distress. That's why, as a rule, he doesn't go out to receive visitors." "Did you press him? Make him feel the loss more particularly?" "We talked about an old case. He told me he sometimes confused the older trials, but he most certainly still understood the law. That last was clear enough. And he gave me a list of other barristers practicing at the period of time in question. It's possible one of them will remember the information I need. In the scheme of things, the trial I'm after was rather commonplace. Certainly nothing that would disturb Mr. Gilbert or drive him to suicide.
Yes. Well, he's quite good at concealing his ailment.
There are days when his memory functions remarkably well, and others when he is sadly muddled. Tell me what happened here. What sent him to hospital?
He often sits up at night. He doesn't sleep very much, and he finds it easier not to make the effort to go up to his bed. I think he breathes a little better as well. Where was he when you saw him?
Where you were sitting now, only the chair had been turned to face the open window. When the housekeeper came in to bring him his morning tea 4 days ago, he was slumped over, his breathing slow and laboured. She couldn't rouse him. She was afraid he'd had a stroke, and she sent for me at once. By the time I arrived, he was unresponsive. I knew it wasn't a stroke. It was more like an overdose. I had him taken straight away to hospital, where they emptied his stomach and took other measures to bring him back. In the end, he survived, much to our surprise. For one thing, despite his age and his appearance, he's a strong man. For another, he'd been taking laudanum for a painful toe, to help him sleep at night when it throbbed like the very devil. His body was used to a certain level of it, you see, and what might have killed an ordinary man failed to do more than render him deeply unconscious. It's one of the problems with the drug, I'm afraid. The body becomes accustomed to it and requires more and more to be efficacious. In effect, the same problem found by those who take such drugs to obliterate rational thought. They require larger and larger doses until it kills them. In Gilbert's case, how was it administered? In a glass of milk. Milk? I think if Gilbert had been given a choice in the matter, he'd have taken it with French brandy. And just as well he didn't. Then who brought him the milk? And who put the drug into it? Gilbert couldn't make it down to the kitchen on his own. Not the man I saw a few days ago. Dr. Greening pointed to a small box on Gilbert's desk. He has laudanum available down here as well as in his room. He administers it himself as needed because he says the staff can't get the hang of the drops. I think he believed he was more in control of his life if he could make his own decisions on how much or little he needed. And I must say, he's never had a problem with an overdose before. If his memory is failing, how can he be trusted with drops? There's a sheet of paper in the box with days of the week and times of day. He simply fills it in and replaces the sheet in the box. The housekeeper looks at it every morning. On the night in question, he failed to fill it out at all. I myself looked at the vial, but the level didn't indicate such excessive use. I came to the conclusion he'd been hoarding it, lying about taking it, in order to build up a sufficient amount. Perhaps for this very purpose. Then where is that second container? He couldn't be sure the housekeeper wouldn't grow suspicious when the amount in the vial stayed at the same level day after day. The point was to spare the family pain, Dr. Greening said coldly. If I'd come across the container, I should have had to acknowledge the possibility of suicide rather than an accidental overdose while confused by pain. Look, he most likely tossed the container out that window. I didn't go and search. Rutledge stood and went out through the lace curtains that had been pulled across the open windows to keep out the sun. He spent several minutes carefully examining the terrace and the plantings surrounding it. There was nothing that might have been used to hold the laudanum. He did, however, find a boot print in the soft earth of a bed of tall delphiniums near the side balustrade of the terrace. He reached down to touch the edge of the print. There had been no rain to wash it away, but it was fast losing its shape in the dry soil. He stood inches from it and looked up. He could see the doctor sitting there in Gilbert's chair, fingers tapping impatiently on its arm. Rutledge went back inside. Sitting down again, he said, "There's nothing out there. I should like to suggest something else to you. That someone tried to murder your patient and failed."
That's a ridiculous assertion. Fillmore Gilbert? Who would wish to harm him?
Someone from his past? One of the reasons I've come to Swan Walk today was to question him. If he's awake and alert, he can give us an answer to that. I tell you, he's too weak. He will need several days to regain his strength. And in several days, this person, whoever he or she may be, will have killed again. Dr. Greening stared at him. "You know more than you're telling me." I believe that I do. There have been other deaths, far too similar for coincidence, not just in Kent but across the country, and each one seems to point to a trial in the past. In fact, the one I'd come here earlier to ask Gilbert about. He told me he didn't remember it and he sent me to someone else. Unfortunately, that man wasn't able to help me either. Now, given what has happened to Gilbert, I'm beginning to think the killer found him first. Greening shook his head.
Are you suggesting that somebody sent to prison is now free and bent on revenge?
It's possible, but if I'm right, it's the son of a man Gilbert sent to the gallows. His mother died recently, and that, I think, set him free to commit these murders.
Because his father wasn't guilty?
I don't know what this man Dobson believes.
All right. I'll give you 5 minutes with Gilbert, and I'll see that a nurse is brought in to stay with him at all times. Good God, the man who did this could very well try again.
Greening rose and led the way up the stairs, limping a little as he neared the top of the steps. Down the passage to the right, he opened the door to a handsome room with wall hangings and furnishings that harked back to Tudor times, although there were comfortable chairs set before the hearth. Gilbert's skin was grey and dry, as if what he'd gone through had cost him dearly. His gaze had lost its sharpness, and he seemed to have shrunken even more, almost lost in the great canopied bed. Rutledge took his hand and spoke to him, but Gilbert didn't seem to know him. He tried again, saying, "It's Ian, sir. I've come to see how you are." Gilbert searched his face.
"Where's Claudia?"
he asked in a whisper. "She's at home, sir. The doctor is about to send for her." The dry hand on the coverlet curled around Rutledge's with an iron grip.
"No, I don't want to hear. No, I tell you."
He turned to the doctor.
"Bring me the milk," he said in a stronger voice. "I didn't finish it. I couldn't have."
And then, as if the effort was more than he could handle, his hand fell back to the coverlet and he closed his eyes.
"Couldn't have,"
he said again after a moment. Then, clearly,
"Dear God, what have you done?"
Rutledge stood by the bed for several minutes more, but Gilbert seemed to have slipped away from him, unable to struggle back to consciousness again. Greening finally motioned to Rutledge, and they walked as far as the door.
"You see," Greening said, "he knew what he was about. Your fears about a killer notwithstanding, Fillmore Gilbert tried to end his own life. He did empty that glass of milk, you know, on purpose."
"I spoke to him quite recently. He wasn't suicidal then. It makes no sense that he could change so drastically in such a short space of time. Just now I found a footprint in the flower bed outside the window where he generally sits. Was that made while you were trying to save his life? Or has someone been watching him from the shadows? It makes sense if you consider what he just admitted he wanted to do. As for the footprint, it could have been made by one of the staff,
worried about him and not allowed in the room.
What else has he said about what happened? Has he spoken before? Dr. Greening looked away.
As to that, he muttered from time to time, but it's been unintelligible. Not even the ward sisters attending him could judge whether he was lucid or not.
He turned again to Rutledge.
Now that he's back in his own bed, his own house, he may be able to push aside the shadows and remember why he felt he needed to take his own life. He's old Rutledge, in pain, and no longer the brisk, decisive man he once was. Can you blame him for tiring of his present state?
He glanced toward his patient. Meanwhile, I've removed all the laudanum from the house, and I'm putting a watch on him for fear he may intend to try again as soon as he's able. I'm also sending for his daughter.
He's told us he doesn't want her here.
Nevertheless, she ought to be at her father's side. I expect he will find it easier to accept living if she's here to support him. How would you feel if you couldn't remember the last inquiry you handled? If the names of a suspect and the evidence were muddled?
He refused to let me tell his daughter anything about his loss of memory. He would put off her visits to keep her in the dark. Of course he doesn't want her here now to see him as a failed suicide.
But Gilbert had left Rutledge with the impression that she was busy with her children and her husband's career. Set your watch. The nurse should wait until he's more stable before sending for Claudia. Look at him. Seeing him in this state will only distress her. Have you considered that in his drugged, confused mind he thinks she may have tried to kill him?
Claudia? Good God, man, you can't believe that.
I don't know what to believe. I won't until he's fully awake and coherent. He left the doctor with his patient and ran lightly down the stairs, walking on to the door that led to the kitchens. He found the servants standing in their hall whispering together, as if speaking in a normal tone of voice might reach the man in the bed upstairs. They broke apart as soon as they saw him coming through the doorway. The housekeeper stepped forward and asked, "Is there any news?" Her eyes were dark-circled from lack of sleep.
Dr. Greening wouldn't tell us anything except that Mr. Gilbert needed rest.
Rutledge had dealt with Mrs. Thompson when he spent the night in this house. He had found her capable and very concerned about her employer. He said, "It's true, I just saw him. The quieter he is, the sooner he'll recover. There are to be no visitors. The only people allowed in this house will be Dr. Greening and the nurse he's sending for to attend his patient." The housekeeper exchanged glances with a heavy-set woman wearing an apron. The cook, he thought. Then she turned back to Rutledge.
"Are they saying he tried to kill himself? I won't believe it. Not Mr. Gilbert."
"He isn't able to tell us what happened. Which of you brought him a warm glass of milk the night he was taken ill? Do you remember?" His gaze met that of each member of the staff in turn. There was a general shaking of heads. The housekeeper said,
"I can't think that he came down for it himself. But then if it was late and we were asleep, he might have tried. He isn't an invalid, you know. Walking is painful and difficult with that toe. The night you stayed here at Swan Walk, you saw how he needed help to manage those stairs. Still, if he was determined enough, he might have. If it had been his French brandy, now I'd believe it. I can't think why he should want milk. He generally took his drops in water."
"There's another question I must put to you. Have any of you seen a stranger hanging about? Coming to the door to ask directions or to speak to anyone in this house?"
"There's been no one," the housekeeper told him. "We don't see many people. You yourself were our only guest for months now, since Miss Claudia was last here in the early spring."
"I don't mean a policeman or a guest. I'm talking about a labourer, a peddler, a mender of pots and pans." Anyone who isn't a member of the staff or who wasn't sent up by the greengrocer or the miller with your orders. Not someone you know well by sight because he comes regularly. But they couldn't think of anyone. Scanning their faces, he wondered if they were telling the absolute truth, or if one of them had seen someone who was afraid to mention it. He waited for several seconds to give everyone a chance to speak, but no one did. There was the footprint in the earth by the delphiniums. Perhaps Dobson hadn't come to the door because he'd already spotted his quarry in the sitting room. Still, how could the killer be sure that this thin-stooped man was once the robust figure of one of the old Queen's finest barristers? The doctor was right. Gilbert had changed. But if Dobson had ever seen him at the height of his career, he would have no means for comparison. What's more, Swan Walk hadn't changed. It had been in Gilbert's family for centuries, his own home from childhood. Perhaps that was all his killer needed to know. And yet it was the weak voice of the old man lying in the great bed that haunted Rutledge all the way to his motor car. Gilbert was intent on finishing what he'd begun, driven to finish it. That sounded more like suicide than murder. And it might well be Rutledge himself who was trying to make this man into another of Dobson's victims. Chapter 15. Rutledge drove to the little village of Swan Walk, clustered less than half a mile from the gates to the house. It had a dozen or so shops, a tobacconist, a church that had been built by an ancestor of the Gilbert family, and a post office that served the estate and the surrounding farms and smaller manor houses. Sandwiched between a shop that sold a variety of goods, from thread and needles to brooms and buckets, and the ironmonger's shop, the post office itself was so narrow that Rutledge felt that if he put out his arms, he could touch both walls at the same time. It was an illusion created by the fact that the space was far deeper than it was wide. The man behind the brass grill looked up. "May I help you, sir?" "I'm looking for Swan Walk House," he said. "Mr. Gilbert's residence." "The gates are on the far side of the village, sir. You haven't gone far enough." "Thank you." He turned as if to go, and then swung around. "I sent one of my people here last week with a parcel for him. I expect he was lost as well." "A parcel? I don't remember one, sir. A young man did come in asking directions, as you've done. But he said he was to fetch a horse that was sold to a party in Tunbridge." "Who was he?" "I didn't ask. The buyer's groom, he said. Mr. Gilbert doesn't drive out any longer, and I expect he sees no need to keep so many horses these days." "Do you remember what he looked like?" "A groom," the postmaster said, frowning. "Young, polite, I'd say shorter than you. They could probably give you his name of the house if it's important." Rutledge thanked him and left without telling him that the groom had never appeared at Swan Walk, because no one on the staff had seen him. The pattern held. A simple query that elicited the right information without drawing attention to the questioner, and a footprint in the earth by the terrace windows where Gilbert so often sat of an evening. A glass of milk instead of brandy. Only Gilbert hadn't died, and if he survived, as Dr. Greening believed he would, then he was a witness who could not only identify the killer but also tell the police what had transpired as victim and murderer came face to face. The niggling fear at the back of Rutledge's mind was that his brush with death had hastened Gilbert's decline. Why else would he feel he'd not completed what he'd set out to do? Why would he seem to feel he'd botched his own death? Had the encounter been wiped from his memory save for that single moment when he'd drunk the drug-laced milk? Scotland Yard desperately needed Gilbert's evidence. Not to mention Kingston, awaiting trial in Moresby. And what would the killer do when he learned he himself had botched his latest murder? Rutledge drove directly to the Tunbridge police station, where he asked an inspector by the name of Williams to send a constable to Swan Walk to keep an eye on Gilbert. Williams said, "I heard he tried to top himself." "I don't buy it. We're working on a similar inquiry where the cause of death was murder. This may well be another such case. If Gilbert is this man's victim, he could well decide to come back to Swan Walk and make certain Gilbert doesn't talk. Look, 2 of my constables are going on about enlisting. I've been told Chatham Dockyard was overrun with enlistees. The world's gone mad. I'm not sure I can spare anyone for more than a day or 2. That's a start. Dr. Greening is bringing in a nurse, but a constable on Gilbert's door throughout the night would be best. I think he's safe enough during the day." "You're quite serious about this?" "Never more so. If I'm right, Gilbert is the only one of this man's victims to survive, and he's the only one who can identify him, or testify in court against him." "What's this man got against Gilbert?" Williams asked, his dark eyes sharp with curiosity and speculation. "And why weren't we informed here in Tunbridge that this killer was hanging about?" "We didn't expect him to strike in Kent a second time. It appears that a man in Aylesbridge was a victim as well." "I heard about that inquiry. Good God! You mean whoever killed Hadley is the man who tried to kill Gilbert?" "I'd bet on it." "That's a different story," Williams said. "I'll have a constable out there straight away. He can enlist next week. The war can wait." Rutledge thanked him and left, returning to Swan Walk to find Dr. Greening pacing anxiously in the passage outside Gilbert's door. He stopped when he saw Rutledge coming up the stairs and said, "He's half mad. He's shouting at me to let him die. I can't make head nor tails of it." Rutledge walked into the bedroom. Gilbert was lying propped up by 6 pillows. He looked ghastly. Dr. Greening, coming in behind Rutledge, said quietly, "He needs a sedative, but I can't give him one this soon. It could stop his heart." Gilbert, hearing the doctor's voice, jerked his head around so that he could see them. "Damn you," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I meant to die, and you prevented me. If I had the strength to get out of my bed, I'd find that shotgun in the estate room. Ian? What are you doing here? Make this fool see some sense." "A doctor can't be a party to your death, sir. He'd hang for it." "Then bring me that gun. I can still load it myself." "I can't. I'd be taken up as an accomplice and tried." "I'm to be married soon. It's not on." "By God, you will find a way to help me, or I'll know the reason why." Rutledge moved closer to the bed. Gilbert was not raving. He was racked with fear. There was sweat on his brow and his hands were shaking. "What are you afraid of?" Rutledge asked softly for his ears alone. "I keep telling you. I want to die. My life is over. Finished. An empty shell. I'm sick of it. Let me go in peace." Dr. Greening started to speak, but Rutledge held up his hand to stop him. "Will it do," he asked the man in bed, choosing his words with care, "if we put black crape on the door knocker and tell the staff and even the village that the effects of the laudanum are irreversible, and you're dying? That it's only a matter of time?" Greening stared from Rutledge to his patient and back again. "You're both mad," he said. "No, not mad at all," Gilbert said at once.
For God's sake, do it! Quickly!"
Rutledge turned and left the room. He sought out the housekeeper, asked her to find black crape for the door-knocker, and informed the staff that Mr. Gilbert had taken a turn for the worse. There will be a nurse in his room at all times to care for him until the end. The staff won't dust or mop the passage outside his door until further notice. Will you see to it?" Her eyes filled with tears. "The poor man! But shouldn't we wait until the end? Crape is for the dead. And there's his family to think of." "That's been taken care of. I'll contact his solicitor when I'm back in London to see about a notice in the Times. And the nurse will take her meals in that room. I'm putting a constable on the door to see that Mr. Gilbert is not disturbed." "A constable? I don't understand." "A precaution. Mr. Gilbert might become violent before it's over. Please see to the crape at once." "Yes, of course," she agreed, although Rutledge could tell she was mystified. Before Mrs. Thompson could ask more questions, he left her there in her sitting room. His next stop was the village. He told the postmaster and the vicar that Mr. Gilbert was dying, having failed to regain his senses. "He's physically strong," he said, using the doctor's words. "It could be today or next week. But the accidental overdose of his nightly drops has undermined his health to such a degree that it's only a matter of time." The postmaster sympathized and promised to pass the word that Gilbert's death was imminent. The vicar wanted to call. Rutledge told him that Mr. Gilbert was no longer able to respond. The vicar took some convincing, but in the end he understood that the dying man had seen a priest at the hospital, and his soul had already passed into God's hands. By the time he got back to Swan Walk, there were already 2 or 3 small bunches of flowers left by the gate. Rutledge glanced at them grimly and made certain he closed the gates behind him, then sat there in the motor car. How long could they keep up this charade? With any luck, until he himself got to the bottom of whatever was happening. Making himself useful and keeping the curious away from Gilbert's room, Rutledge went up to the maid's section of the servants' floor to help bring down a cot for the nurse. She was expected momentarily, for Dr. Greening had gone to fetch her himself. The cot's mattress hadn't been used in some years and was deemed unsuitable. While the housekeeper and one of the maids went in search of another one, Rutledge stood at the window in the room where he'd slept during the night of the storm and looked out over the sunny countryside. He could just see the church tower from here, fields of sheep, and, to his surprise, from this angle the gates to the drive were just visible. He was idly staring down at them, his mind on London and the Gordon household. He'd promised to be there to help Mrs. Gordon and her daughter. Instead, there was no way he could get a message to Jean explaining the delay. His attention sharpened as a man pedalled into view from the direction of the village. He slowed, then stopped, looking at the gates. The door to the house, hidden behind the rows of trees, wasn't visible from where the man stood. But he studied the little bundles of flowers wilting in the sun. From the other direction, another man on a bicycle pedalled up the slight rise, and Rutledge saw him first. He caught the glint of the sun on the badge of the rider's helmet and realized it was the constable from Tunbridge. Rutledge's hand clenched on the window ledge. The 2 men were going to meet. The first cyclist, dressed as a groom, mounted and prepared to move on as he heard someone coming toward him, then paused when he saw who it was. Rutledge watched the constable nod to the cyclist, then open the gates and push his bicycle through before closing them again. He then headed up the drive, vanishing from Rutledge's line of sight among the trees. The other man stared after him, then moved on, heading in the direction of Tunbridge. Rutledge was already out the door of the bedroom and racing toward the stairs, shouting for Mrs. Thompson. She came out of another room, alarm in her face. "Mr. Rutledge, what is it?" "Leave the cot for now. Take more of that black crepe down to the gates. Straight away." "But it's too soon. I can't feel that it's right." "Just do as I say. Now! I'll explain later." He took the stairs at speed, sprinted for the door, and reached it just as the constable rang the bell. Rutledge flung open the door, ushered him in and to the stairs. Speaking rapidly, he said, "I'm from Scotland Yard. I want you to stand guard on Mr. Gilbert's door and let no one in or out except for Dr. Greening and the nurse he's bringing. Do you know Dr. Greening?" "Yes, sir, I do." "Then follow me. Quickly, I have to leave." He took the constable as far as Gilbert's room. "They'll be bringing down a cot for the nurse. Leave it in the hall until I get back. And ask Mrs. Thompson to find a chair for you." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." But Rutledge was already on his way back down the stairs. He cranked the motor car, blessed it again for being there when it was needed, and set out for the gates. It took a moment to open and close them, and then he was off, speeding after the man on the bicycle. He'd had a head start, but the motor car was faster. Rutledge had no reason to think that the man was Dobson, but something in the way he'd stopped by the gates and stared at the flowers had indicated more than mere curiosity. He'd been weighing what they meant, deciding what to do. As he drove, he tried to tell himself that the man might have worked for Gilbert on the estate or remembered him from some chance encounter, but his intuition was shouting at him that Dobson had discovered that Gilbert was still alive. And so he'd broken his rule of vanishing into thin air once he was certain his victim was dead. But this time, he couldn't have been certain, could he? Gilbert had taken a long time to die, and dawn came early in the summertime. Dobson dared not linger. "Damn it!" Rutledge said aloud as the realization struck him. No one had sent for the undertaker. Instead, it was an ambulance. He sped down a long hill to a sharp left-hand bend in the road leading to the gates of Penshurst Place before it turned sharply right again to continue straight on to Tunbridge. He'd overtaken no one on the road, and there had been no turning that the cyclist could have taken. But here in tiny Leicester Square, just outside the gates to the great house, part of the village of Penshurst, there were dozens of places where a man could disappear. Even into the churchyard of St. John the Baptist, enclosed by the cottages and tall houses of the square. He reached for the brake, pulling hard and coming to a slamming halt in a bow wave of dust and loose chippings. Looking over his shoulder to make certain the way behind him was clear, Rutledge reversed until he could pull off the road next to the tall wooden gates let into the high walls of the estate. A bicycle was propped just inside the archway leading into the churchyard, barely visible from the road. He couldn't have seen it if he'd rounded the bend and gone straight on to Tunbridge. But where he was sitting now, he could just glimpse the handlebars. Was it the same bicycle? He couldn't be sure. But looking the other way, he could see that the long straight road to Tunbridge was empty. Leaving the motor car where it was, he walked over toward the church. It was handsome, set as it was in the churchyard, shaded by great old trees, surrounded by equally handsome old dwellings, some of them black and white Tudor houses. He went up the steps, through the archway, and stopped. He still couldn't be sure it was the right bicycle. He went across to it and felt the front tire. It was warm, even here where the sun hadn't reached it. Cautious now, he walked on. Gravestones spilled out of the high summer grass, and there was a large stone table near the porch doors. No one else was in sight. For all he knew, he was the only person in the square. He made himself slow his pace to stroll leisurely through the empty churchyard. If he couldn't recognise Dobson, then it was very likely Dobson wouldn't recognise him. Then why had he come in here? Had he caught sight of the motor car thundering down on him and, already wary from his encounter with the constable, decided to take no chances? Rutledge paused occasionally, pretending to study the inscription on a stone here and there, glancing toward the faded one under a tree where legend said a murdered man had been interred in the last century. The slightest movement caught his attention, from the pigeons scratching in the grass near the church porch to the sparrows squabbling by the west front. The square was cool, serene. The houses were silent, their doors closed. Had he been wrong about the bicycle? It could well belong to someone else, from the rector to one of the residents of the houses facing into the square. If he was wrong, then he'd lost his chance to catch Dobson up. A crow suddenly took wing, cawing raucously, startling Rutledge. He saw it then rising from the far side of the church, climbing high above the roof and turning sharply in the direction of the grounds of the great house. What had startled it? Someone on the far side of the churchyard? Rutledge stopped, gazing up at the oddly set pinnacles on the tower. Every sense was alert now. Still appearing to stare upward, he walked on to where he could see down the north side of the church. No one was there. He moved swiftly now toward the apse, hoping to catch Dobson playing tag with him around the square. But when he reached the south porch once more and was still empty-handed, he turned and in 3 strides went through the heavy wooden doors into the nave. It was bright, airy inside, with heavily well-spaced pillars and a delicate wooden chancel screen. His senses were at fever pitch now. If his quarry had come in here, where was he? Under the tower? In the south chapel hidden by one of the monuments to dead Sydneys? He stayed where he was for a moment longer, putting himself into his quarry's shoes. Then he began to walk down the aisle. And stopped, suddenly realizing that he was cold, well off the scent. He'd been tricked. The church was empty. Turning, he dashed for the porch doors and shoved his way through them, his gaze at once going to the arch that led out to the sunlit road beyond. Where the hell had Dobson gone? He'd hardly framed the thought when he saw someone running out from the shadow of the tower across the grave-strewn ground, headed for the arch. The man looked up as he heard the porch doors scrape loudly, spotted Rutledge, and in the same instant caught his foot on a stone half hidden in a thick patch of grass. Rutledge was certain Dobson was going down. He saw the grimace of pain twist Dobson's face, followed by desperate determination. His arms windmilling frantically, he kept his balance somehow, kept running despite the cost, and reached the arch before Rutledge could catch him up. He already had his handlebars in his grip, was swinging his leg over the saddle even as he was rolling through the arch and bumping down onto the road, quickly disappearing out of Rutledge's line of sight. As Rutledge reached the arch, he could see the tall wooden gates of the estate closing behind a cart piled high with straw. And just behind the cart, where he was invisible to the man holding the reins, was Dobson, astride the bicycle and out of reach. Fast as he was, by the time Rutledge had reached the gates, there was no room even to squeeze himself through. And as he watched, the gates closed with a snap of the latch on the far side. He pounded on them with his fist, realized it was useless, and swearing, ran onto his motor car. As he turned the crank, a woman came out of one of the Leicester Square's handsome houses, staring around to see what the noise was. Climbing into his seat, he called to her, "Is there a way back into the stable yard?" The woman looked him up and down. "And who is asking?" she demanded. Rutledge yelled, "It's urgent! A man has been hurt!" "Why didn't you say so?" She told him how to find the lane that ran in beside the garden walls, and he thanked her. Rutledge drove directly there, bounced down the wide rutted lane and spent half an hour searching for his quarry. There were fields of sheep to his right and ahead of him as he kept the wall to his left. It turned, then ran along the bottom of the gardens. Here the vast eastern front of Penshurst came into view, rising high above the wall. It might well have been mistaken for a royal palace, he thought, with its great battlemented wings and towers. He finally discovered a back way into the gardens, but by that time Dobson could have gone in any direction, even back towards Swan Walk. Still he searched, as determined in his own way to find Dobson as Dobson had been to escape. And when someone from the estate came to ask his business, he questioned them about a man on a bicycle. No one apparently had noticed him. Rutledge thanked the gardener and drove back to the main road. It was a near-run thing, but he had seen Dobson's face. He was trained to remember faces, and he would know this one again when he saw it. No distinguishing features, long, thin, brown from the summer sun, and ordinary. Intelligent, high cheekbones, straight nose, light eyes, most likely blue, straight, medium brown hair. Useless in finding him, of course, because the description would fit hundreds of men. But for Rutledge it was enough. There was the other side of that coin as well. Dobson had seen his face just as clearly. As he drove empty-handed back to the Gilbert house, Rutledge tried to put himself in Dobson's shoes. How would I manage it? Getting about England without leaving tracks? The answer lay in his very ordinariness. Dobson belonged to the class of people he moved among. He'd grown up in a village, shunned and looked down on. He'd learned to make himself inconspicuous. In spite of the native wariness of strangers, there was also an empathy for their own kind in most villages. A man passing through with a simple story to tell to explain away his Somerset accent, neither tinker nor traveller, having an honest face and nothing to sell, a workman's hands. Perhaps. It would depend on the village, and it would depend on the local constable. But it could be done. Still, he'd already established himself in Swan Walk, the young groom waiting to take a horse to its new owner. It was certain he wasn't staying there, easily trapped. Rutledge went to the village and asked people on the street and in the shops, and was rewarded by shakes of the head. The groom hadn't been seen lately, although one man thought he might have seen him peddling through not more than an hour past. By the time Rutledge reached the house, Dr. Greening had returned, and the burly constable had helped manhandle a bed and a mattress from the old nursery into the sick room. They were just finishing as Rutledge came up the stairs. Mrs. Thompson, disappointed that she wasn't even allowed to snatch a glimpse of her employer, left the nurse to make up the bed, and was in the hall listening to the doctor give instructions about meals. "A tray each for the nurse and the constable," Dr. Greening was saying, "and one for your master." "He can eat, then? Mr. Gilbert?" she asked, her face lighting up. "I don't count on it," Dr. Greening said, glancing at Rutledge. "But we must try, of course. A soft diet, if you please." When they had all gone away, Rutledge went into the room to see Gilbert for himself. The nurse, a matronly woman in her late 30s, said out of her patient's hearing, "He won't speak or open his eyes. If I've ever seen a man willing himself to die, it's that poor soul." "The point is to keep him alive," Rutledge said grimly. "At any cost. Let no one in. Give no bulletins as to his condition. And no gossiping with the constable or the staff. Affronted, she said, "In my profession, we do not gossip." He was firm. "I'm sure you don't, but this man's life could depend upon it." He went to stand by the bed, then bent over it to whisper. "There's crape on the door and on the gates. The village believes you're dying, that it's only a matter of time now. But you must live, because you are the only witness I've got. And I'm damned if I'm going to face this bastard in trial by combat. He's going to stand before a judge." For an instant he thought he saw a flicker of response on Gilbert's wan face. Rutledge touched his shoulder lightly, and then nodding to the nurse, left Swan Walk for London. Chapter 16. Chief Superintendent Bowles was livid.
"You've been dashing about the countryside like a cavalry horse. I've warned you that motor car was going to be the end of you, one way or another."
The dressing down had gone on for 10 minutes, and Rutledge had had to stand there and listen. As Bowles ran out of words, all but reaching the point of spluttering in helpless fury, Rutledge said quietly, "I've told you. I believed I knew who murdered those 4 men, Clayton, Tattersall, Hadley, possibly even Stoddard in Alnwick. Now Fillmore Gilbert has nearly died at his hand. Once he recovers, Gilbert will give us a statement. What's more, I've seen Dobson for myself. He's no longer a faceless killer." Bowles came up out of his chair.
"You're like an old dog with a bone. You won't leave Clayton alone. I've told you that inquiry has been closed."
"Very well. Set him aside. Someone has attempted to kill Gilbert, one of the foremost barristers of his day. Is the Yard going to investigate that attempt, or leave it in the hands of Tunbridge? If you won't assign me to that inquiry, then assign someone else." But Bowles wouldn't listen.
"I warned Cummins. I told him not to give you that file. But he insisted because your father knew the man, and precious little good has that done Gilbert or you. Kent hasn't asked for assistance. They list Gilbert as a near suicide. Now, get back to Aylesbridge and bring me the person who killed Jerome Hadley."
Rutledge had no choice but to leave. He finished paperwork at his desk for the next 20 minutes, then went home. He walked in the door to see the housekeeper roll her eyes at him, and then he heard Frances calling from the sitting room. "Ian, is that you? Do come in. We've been waiting for you." The stiff artificial tone of his sister's voice warned him that something was wrong. Summoning up a smile he hoped appeared genuine, he handed his hat and his valise to the housekeeper and strode down the passage, and stopped short in the doorway. Amid the remains of afternoon tea sat 4 women. His sister Frances, his fiancée Jean, Jean's cousin Kate, and the woman he'd met in Beecham who was writing the little guidebook to the village and its church, Lucy Muir. She had been dressed in simple country clothes when he'd met her at her cottage. Today she was wearing a very stylish London walking dress of periwinkle blue with white lace at the throat. The effect, he thought, would have left the vicar in Beecham stunned. As it was, her companions in the room were regarding her with a very brittle politeness. Jean rose, moving gracefully to his side and holding up her face for a light kiss, establishing her position as his fiancée. Frances gave him a smile that he correctly interpreted to mean that he would have to earn her forgiveness for the awkwardness she'd endured for his sake. Kate's eyes twinkled as if she had found the long afternoon amusing. Behind the twinkle was curiosity. Miss Muir's gaze held an apology. As he came into the room and greeted her, she said, "I had to travel up to London on a family matter, and so I brought what you were looking for rather than trust it to the post."
he said quickly. "You found it? Bless you. It's even more urgent now than it was before."
She reached into the elegant travelling bag beside her chair and drew out an envelope. "I do hope you can read my writing. I had to copy everything, and there sometimes wasn't enough time to do it as carefully as I'd have liked. There was quite a bit that I thought might be of interest. No one realised what I was trying to find, by the way. They thought it was just more of what I'm generally looking for. You seem to want to keep it quiet."
"Yes, that's right, for the present."
Above anything else, he wanted to rip open the envelope, pull out the contents, and read them now. If this was what he hoped it was, it could well silence Bowles, if not bring him around to Rutledge's way of thinking. But good manners required joining the ladies at the table while Francis asked for a fresh pot of tea. Thanking Lucy, he set the envelope to one side and did his duty as host with every appearance of pleasure. Jean often claimed his attention, full of news about friends who had been called up or enlisted, and Francis, much less enthusiastic, named a good number of their own friends who were either enlisting or seriously